Hi guys, welcome back. It's Tech Rated Dev. In this video, I'll show you how to build an AI powered stock mobile app from scratch and also teach you how to deploy it on the Apple or Android Play stores so you can install it on your phones. We'll connect real-time stock data coming from an API with your popular AI so you can analyze trends and make smarter decisions with stocks. But enough talk, let me show you the demo first. So to begin with, I'm just going to click on the Sage AI mobile app right here. Clicking this, it's going to open my mobile app right away, and you can see this welcome screen showing up. Clicking get started is going to take me to the app home screen, and you're going to see a lot of interesting things. At the top, you have the header showing the good afternoon Joe stacks and all of that. Right after that, you have the stocks that you can swipe left and right to show the carousel of stocks, and clicking on each one is going to show you the stock details right away, and you can see the name of the stock, the price, the increase, and the percentage it's increased. You have an overview here showing you about the stock, and you can click on show more to see more full details about the particular stock, the company info right there, the key executives, and also at the top right corner you have a star that you can click to watch list a particular stock or remove it from the particular watch list. And you have this bottom button that clicking it will take you to the AI chart, and you can see at the top left corner, see analyzing the particular stock, right? So going back to my market, I have this quick AI actions whereby clicking on each of these ones is going to take me to the respective screens right here, right? So under that, we have the latest news, just showing one news in particular, and we can click on view all to show all the news coming from the stocks around the world. And you have more stock section just underneath of this, and clicking on any of these guys as well is going to load the particular stock, show you the data, and you can see this PG particular stock is showing red because it is not looking great at this particular time. Clicking the watch list is going to add it to the watch list, and this is where you have a comprehensive home screen, right? So the next thing I want to show you is the watch list, whereby you can see all the stocks that you've watch listed, and you can also click on each of this particular stock and take it to the AI chart to help you analyze all the data coming with that stock so you can get some advice on that particular stock, right? So this is this about the watch list, and you can click on this analyze my portfolio to analyze all the stocks portfolio that you've already watch listed. The AI assistant, really cool stuffs. You can just prompt it to say, okay, analyze SAP for me. Click on this send button, and this guy is going to basically analyze this particular stock based on all the available data right here. As you can see, okay, I can provide an educational analysis of SAP based on data I've been given, and you can see how really cool this is providing the data, the current snapshots, the price, the change. And don't worry about all these asterisks. At the end of this response, it is going to properly format all of this so it looks bold, it looks athletic, and all of that. So in conclusion, SAP experienced a positive movement today to form a real opinion and all of that. So this is going to really advise you on what you should do with these stocks, right? And as you can see, it has formatted our response, and this is what the AI does. You can do more than this, and this is just one of the things it's going to do. The next thing I want to tell you about is the news section, which is a list of all the news majorly on stock, and you can click on any of these guys to basically see the news details about that particular news. And it's going to take a while to load because this is actually coming from a real live news website. And as you can see right here, metal stock to skyrocket soon, why analysts are seeing a strong upside, and you can scroll up to read the particular news. This is really cool, right? I can go back and check other stock news as well. And the final thing I'm going to show you is the search feature, whereby you can just click on the search stock, and I can basically just type AAPL, and it's going to show me a list of stocks that are related to that keyword. Clicking on Apple in particular is going to look Apple full details, and you can see the Apple stock right here, 255 per share, I believe. And you can see the increase, you can see the data right here, and you can see the key executive. Tim Cook is the CEO and director. Total pay is 60 million USD. And yeah, this is basically what we'll be building today. Some of these features are some of the things we're going to build in this video. We can definitely not build everything at once in this video because that would take 15-20 hours, but I'm going to teach you how to build the most important things in this video, right? Then for the rest, I'm going to leave you the source code in the description box below. And ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to deploy this app to the Apple and Google Play Store so that you can have it on your mobile phone just like this, and you can just go around with it without having to set up your server every time. All you have to do is just install it on your iPhone and you are good to go. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the demo that we have for you. And one of the most interesting things as well in this watch list is that you can swipe right to delete this particular stock from your watch list. And yeah, these are some of the really cool features that we have hidden in this mobile app. Ladies and gentlemen, you can even prompt your AI and just let it do ordinary things like hi, and it's going to show this bubble and say hello, I'm ready to analyze stock data, provide educational insight to help you better understand the market based on the information you provided. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what it looks like, and I can't wait to show you how we are going to build all of this in little amount of time. Cool stuff, right? Now let's jump into building this together step by step. But before you jump in, make sure you hit that subscribe button and like this video. For you, take a second to subscribe to the channel. And if you got a project in mind, or you're looking for a technical co-founder to build a mobile app, shoot me an email. I'm available for freelancing gigs and I got you. All right, for you now, hit that subscribe button and let's get started. I'm still waiting. Go hit that subscribe button now. Thank you. Right, let's jump into today's video.
So to start with, we're going to make sure that the ID key that we're going to be using to render the code is open right here. And also, you can use cursor, you can use VS Code, anyone works really. Pro or free plan really works. Then we're going to make sure that we have our phone open right here. You can use a simulator, you can connect your Android. I have my iPhone right here. As you can see, this is my real iPhone. And I'm just going to make sure that Expo Go is installed. Right, so let's open up our terminal to start installing the mobile app. So Command J or Control J, just go to CD to desktop. This is where I want to have my installation files. I'm going to head to my browser. All right, here, as you can see, head to the URL docs.expo.dev. You are going to install Expo using this command. And let me just copy this. So I'm going to put that right here. Then this is going to install React Native and Expo. And it is asking me what is your app name, what I want to name my app. I just want to call it Sage. So as you can see, my Expo app has successfully installed, and you can see right here, it's added now as 61 packages. 174 are looking for funding. Your project is ready. Run your projects by going to Sage and run it npm, run Android or iOS. All I like to do this is just bring this down. Right, I can definitely CD to my project, but I basically just go into my desktop, right, pick the file or folder, then drag it inside or cursor right there. So this is definitely going to just open the folder right here in my cursor. Right, this can look similar. All you have to do is first things first, click on this to close this chart. Right, then should I zoom in? Okay, so these are the folders that it has installed and all of that. So I'm just going to bring up my terminal again. Let's start this app and actually see what we installed. So I'm just going to say npx expo start. Click on enter. This is going to start the Expo app. As you can see, Sage right here, and just give this some time. React compiler enabled, starting Metro online. And this is going to show us, a QR code or some other ways to power up this app on our phone. So as you can see right here, it showed us a QR code. This is going to be useful and other informations as well. If you want to open the developmental build, open it on Android, where these are the keys that you have to press, right? And the most important thing is this QR code. We want to open it on our Expo Go. How do we do that? We just take our iPhone camera and scan this to open this app on the Expo Go. If you're on Android, just connect your code to your PC and press A to open on your Android. And also, so let's just scan this really quick. And I'm just going to open up the camera. I'm just going to, as you can see it right there on the screen, open in Expo Go. Just open your icon camera, pick. So if you click on this and it's showing this error, do track this recently open file here and see if the project is already open here. It's already among all the list of this project. Then all you have to do is just click it. Sometimes there is a bug error with starting Expo, but that should fix it. As you can see, our areas have been bundled. So let's just bring this down. Let's even change some things and see if things are working properly. So we go to our app and we go into our tabs inside our index. Right, let me just close the sidebar and let me just search for welcome. Welcome, as you can see. So let's just change there and say welcome tech dead. If I just save this, let me control save. So after control save, you can see the training here at your welcome templated. So I can just say beginners. Guide. Save that. If you just save that, you see that changes immediately. So that shows that we've installed Expo and things are working properly. It will give you a QR code or the home and the explore. So looking at these two, this is what you get, and we're going to remove all of these and start building everything from scratch. The first screen we are going to build is the welcome screen. This is what that looks like. Let me just minimize this. This is what the screen looks like of what we're going to build. We're going to have this welcome screen. So before we even do that, let's stop our server and install all the relationship packages that we need to install to make this work properly. So I'm just going to stop the server, clear this, then head back to my Brave. We've installed this, right? We can begin to just close it. Or what can we still check out from here? Just check the documentation, and that is that. So let's close this. Next thing we want to install is our Tailwind CSS and styling and everything. So if you head to youtube.today/docs/getting started, then installation, you're going to scroll down because you're using Expo. You're going to have npm as default, but just click on Expo, copy this, and head back to your cursor. Just paste this right here. You might see a lot of commands. That's okay. You can see npx expo install native wind, React Native needed, a specific version, then React Native severe context. These are some of the packages that we need to run this. So I'm just going to remove all these ones because these are two separate commands. So I'm just going to remove this. And I believe that was 5.4.0. So let me just add the 0. Click on enter. What this package will do, like I explained, is going to help us with our CSS styling, animation, some other interesting things. So let's just go back to our cursor. It's trying to install all of these packages. Give it some time. Let's head back to our browser and let's just copy this. This is going to install Tailwind CSS, pretty plugin and all of that. So while this is running, give it some time. It's going to properly install our packages. So these are successfully installed our package, and you can click on Control Command B, and you can just open your sidebar right here. Minimize by clicking this. Go to your package.json, and you can able to bring this down to actually see that some of the packages you are installing is actually installed. As you can see, RabbitTV Unlimited was installed and all of that. So what you will want to install next, let's just paste this command that we copied right here. Once you install CSS, as you can see, Toolmate is now installed here. So let me just click on enter to install all of these, and make sure that you're in the Sage folder. We want to install all of these packages inside of Sage folder. So the next step after installability wait is to set up Tailwind CSS, right? So that we can put all this compute inside of it. So just give it some time. Download the two package. If you bring this down, you're going to see Tailwind CSS right here. This is really important for our styling. So put this right here. This is going to be initialize a folder, and you're going to see these. As you can see right here, it initialized a folder. So just bring this down. All of this, we want to replace it with everything you'll be provided here. So just copy this guy, remove everything and paste everything that you copied. Right. This is what you want this to look like. So for now, I'm just going to change the path to which I want my CSS to choose. So this is /then app/ then asterisk dot then same thing you have here. Basically everything you have here, just put this right here. So if I remove this will look like this, // then just put this. You're good to go with that. This basically means that you should watch out for all files inside of this folder so that you can render or HTML CSS inside this folder. So that is the next step. Let's head back to our code. So the next step is create a file. Contribute to open this. I'm going to call this global.css. So I want to copy this. I want to put this inside of this, and I want to see this right away. So that's the next step. The next step is you want to add the Babel preset inside of babel.config.js. Let me just copy this. Then let me just post clear this. And let me just do this. I'm going to call this, MPX Expo. I believe it's customize. This customize is going to create, the babel.config.js file that we need to put this in. So I'm just going to remove the slash. I'm just going to click on enter. Normally in previous versions of Expo, you always have the babel.config.js right here and the intro.config. But the view email questions doesn't have that. You have to run nps expo customize to do that. So it gives you everything that you can basically create. All you have to do is just click on spacebar. As you can see, this has been asterisk. Click on enter. Then you'll see a babel.config.js, as you can see right here. So head back to your documentation, copy this, all of these, put this right here, and that's it. On to the next step, create or modify your metro.config. So create a metro.config.js file. You can basically just copy this. Same command will run the area time npx expo customize. Click on this, and you've already created this. So down arrow, spacebar, enter, and click on enter. This is going to create a metro.config.js. So as you can see, metro.config.js, everything here, ladies and gentlemen, just remove it, put it right here, and save it. So the next thing in our documentation to for you is that your app.js, import all of this or import your global.css so that your app uses the native window CSS style. Right. So inside of my app, right, I'm going to go to my layouts, and right under this, I'm just going to put these right here. Save that, and you are good to go with this step. Instead of putting it in app.js, I like to put it in my layout.csx. Right. So, and I hope the path is correct. Let me just add one more. Yes, this is the correct path. Right. So, www.global.css or .css to reference this. So what's the next step in our native ready documentation? Modify your app.json. We don't need to do this because it's Word. You don't want to run the web. Then in TypeScript, because we're using TypeScript with our Expo, we have to copy this file name. Then we have to put it right here. Basically creating a new file and renaming it as this. Then copying this and putting it right here. This will make sense very soon, because once you start creating your file and you start styling it, we're not going to use styles by the way. Once you start styling it, you don't want squiggly red lines to show on your tail CSS file that okay, we don't need this, I don't need this, right? So that is why you have to put this TypeScript file right here. Minimize everything. So caution, do not call this file this name, call it this name, right? So I believe we're good to go, right? So that is all we need to do with installation of native grid. Let me just close this. And yes, let me just close on this. And I like to install my packages because I don't want to be stopping the server, starting them again. I don't want to do all of that. So the next thing is StarStack. StarStack is basically going to help us fetch, all the data and also catch it, right? So that is what it does basically. So all of these stocks that we have right here, once we're able to go to, this particular stock, and when we go back to the home screen, we want going back to this screen shows that okay, this data has been caged. It doesn't get fetched from the API gate. That is why we want to use StarStack query. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go to my cursor, build the terminal, clear this, put this right here, and this is going to install StarStack that query. And one final thing right here, I want to install ESLint plugin query, so that in case we use the wrong method or type from this particular package, this is going to tell us that okay, something is wrong somewhere, right? So let this just go through the stage of installing. Give it some time to install. Your internet is really fast. It should take milliseconds, right? So let's give it some time. And if you're not subscribed, please go to the subscribe button, click on subscribe and like the video if you are enjoying what you're seeing so far. So StarStack is successfully installed. Let's paste the next command, which is this guy right here. So just click on enter to install the SLimits plugin. So that is all we need to install right here. Let me just close this. Then the next one we want to install is Axios. Axios is going to help us fetch data, right? So I'm just going to copy this. This has installed as well. Put this right here. Axios is going to work alongside StarStack query. So this is how we need to do this as well. So date FNS is basically going to help us, fetch or use dates in our packages, right? So I'm just going to put it right here. It's just a date formatter to get today's date, yesterday's date. A really comprehensive package. So that is what we need to install here as well. So React Native A6 storage as well. This is going to help us with the utilities on our device. It's a storage package, so to just copy that. For some of these things, you can find them on the npm EO. website, npmjs.com/package. Then just search whatever package you want to install right here. And if I just put this right here also, install this. So just case this as well. Linear building, this is going to help us with, all these fancy backgrounds. This is the linear variant, blue at the top, black at bottom. This is what that looks like. So copy this and let's X to your cursor. Things are installing really fast. So just put this right here as well. MPX Expo install Expo linear radiant. So I'm just going to so for all of this implementation, we're going to write the code one after the other. But this is what the installation looks like. Let me close this. So the gesture handler, let me just copy this. Sometimes React Native can install some of the packages, so we need to install them again. Go to your package.json, and as you can see, the gesture handler has been installed. We don't need to install this again. So just close this again. npmjs.com. So stand, copy this. It's going to help us, store some of the stocks in our watch lists, right? So let's do this up. Put this right here. And stop to stand as well. Just place this. So the most important part of today's tutorial is using Build API, right? So head to rapidapi.com, search for YH Finance, and this is what it looks like. All you have to do is just click on, just click on test endpoint to subscribe, which is free. And you're going to be given some set of API keys. Let me just bring this back here. This is my old API key, and this is the post, right? I'm going to show you how to implement this fully really soon. That's one. The second thing you have to do is go to aistudio.google.com, right? This you may want to get our API key because you're going to be using Gemini API to run the AI, and you're going to just create an API right here. Once you are on that dashboard, right? Let's go to dashboard, API keys, create API key, and within 2 minutes you have your API key. Just add that there. And to be able to use this API key, you need to download the @google/gen AI API, right, for package. So I'm just going to copy this. Head to my cursor. Just mean to put it right there. So this is going to help me be able to use Gemini API, right? So I think that is all for the. So this is how to basically query an API so that you can get some results, as you can see. So I'm just going to close this, and finally you need an Expo account, right? This is very, very important. You need to create a new project. Also create a new project. That is all. So I'm just going to, leave all of this and head back to my cursor. And having installed everything, let's see all the packages it's installed. In my package.json, these are the dependencies. This is the name, Sage, version 1.0. These are the dependencies that it's installed, right? These are the dev dependencies. So I'm just going to do one more thing to make sure that all the packages installed work with the Expo mail version, right? This is what I mean. Does everything we've installed here work with this Expo version 54, right? So I believe the command for that is npx expo doctor. Once you click that, it's going to run through your packages and see if they work together. So we're just going to click on Y to confirm this. So you're running 17 checks on my project to see if the packages match each other. So just give this a second or two. So as you can see, major version mismatch. Expected 4.1.0, found 3.70.5. React Native save area context as well. So 2 packages are out of date, right? So 3 failed. But ladies and gentlemen, since these are the only 2 that failed, I'm just going to build this as it is because native rule was specific about the React Native we animated that we want to or we have to install. So I don't want to correct this, just leave this as it is and let's just run our app. So let me just create this once again. Run npx expo start. And in my app right here, I'm just going to close this. And I'm just going to scroll up. I'm just going to click on this. It says again, but I'm just going to, since I have it right here, as you can see, I have the stage right here, or the Sage app. So I'm just going to click on that. And let it open my app. Fingers crossed, we'll be able to test our CSS and see if everything works. So this is building because if you install some additional apps or additional packages. So this is building because we install some additional packages in our app. So let us run through. I will be able to see it open right here in a second. So just give this a moment. Give this a moment. That's bundled. And we have an error, as you can see right here. We do have an error. So string does not exist. That is reanimated. All I have to do is just stop the server, try this. But I'm going to run the command again, npx expo .doc. Once I click on this, I want to now try to install the latest version of animated. So it's running 17 checks on my project. So same error. Just going to copy all of this, change this, or put this right here. npx expo install check. This is going to basically do the same thing, but now try to fix the dependency issue that we had. So just give this some time. So we added one package, right? And let me just clear this. Let me run the command again to see if there's another package that needs to be the same. As you can see, dependencies are up to date. Now let's just run npx expo start, clear the cache, and see if this fixes our error. So I'm just going to clear this. So I'm just going to wait for this to pop. One the cache is empty. Rebuilding the app. Sorry, I'm just going to once again open this. This is still showing that error, but just give this some time. So it is building the project again. Well, as you can see, that fixed our tiny error. So I'm just going to go through things really quick now. This is the installation of our package, and let's test if our CSS is working fine. So right here, let's just edit to app. Right, inside of my tabs, inside of index. Right, so all of this, I'm just going to remove this. I'm going to remove all of this. I'm just going to start with a basic view. Right, then I'm going to add the text of hello right here. All right, so this is not, so I'm just going to coin right there. I'm going to have my view here. I'm going to have text. This was basically telling the not read that in. So let's save this first. As you can see, we've created everything. So let me put in class name, which say BG White. As you can see, things are shipping up already. Let me now try eyes of pool, width of 2. As you can see, that is shipping up. Now look how right, justify center items center. Hello. Now let's start this class name. Let's just put this the boom. As you can see, our native is working. This is how Starly works in web. It works in mobile. Right. So ladies and gentlemen, to start with, the next thing we're going to do is create this UI right here. This is here we're going to create it for the welcome screen. So without further delay, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead to create this particular UI. So to start with, we just need to close this format. Like I said, this is the UI I want to create. I want to first go inside of my app, right? And then if we want to import the image they used at the background, this logo is specific kind of font because we kind of styled our fonts differently, right? So let's just go ahead inside of our app. I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this index.tsx, right? I'm going to say export defaults function. I'm going to call this welcome screen, and this is how that will look like. I'm going to return the function itself. I'm going to create a new pair. And this view, I'm just going to go to the top of my code and say import. Going to import the rat-native. So that should fix that error. Alright. And I think let's put a text right here first. And right here I can go see text. So save that. And right there I can now see all the words. And I believe so. Normally, this is supposed to show right here because this is supposed to be our welcome screen. But to do that, let's first bring up our terminal, click on R to read our app, and as you can see, something different is showing. Let's try to style this. Let's just put this class name. Let's put EJ orange, part orange. Let's one justify center items center. As you can see, this is what our welcome screen will look like. Right. So while that is ready, let's just continue creating this. So let me just remove some of these things. Let me move this. I remove this as well. I don't want the orange color there. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to come up to that. So I have to first make sure that I have my status bar right here. And my status bar, I want the style to be a light style. Right, so that something like this shows. And I want to have an image background. This is immediately going to be coming from ARPT. And some of the parameters it's going to take is going to be source. It's going to be prior. Right. And I'm just going to determine my patch right here. Say assets. Dash. Let's go to welcome dash eg.png. Goes where I want is the image I had to be shown. And I'm going to put my class name. It's going to be flex of 1. Testify of center and items of center. The size mode is going to be of cover. Now, this image only exists. Let me quickly page it inside of my assets. So I'm just going to click on this and just put this inside of my image right here. This is the welcome-p, the PNG that I want to use. I'm going to provide this image in the description box below. So let's save this post and see if this is going to work. See if there's an error here. I'm said this part doesn't exist. So dash dive assets that's welcome. And yes, this is the part. Although which I need to remove. Let's just load our app. As you can see, this part doesn't exist. So let me check my assets once again. Images. So I did specify that it is inside of images. Save that. And just click on Node.js. Now we can see our background should be right there. So the next thing we have to create, as you all know, is this logo right here and all of this. So to continue, I want a dark overlay right there. Let's say view. And in this view, I'm just going to make it a soft gradient dark. View right here. Class name is going to the offset it. It says 0 e.g. Then this is going to cover, going to give you nice dark background over there. Now to my next view. This. Then inside of this view, we need to have class name again. Go to copy X of mates items center. Items center. Justify of end height of full padding bottom of 24. Right, so inside of this, I'm also going to have a view. So this is going to have class name, date of 36, height of 26, margin button of 12. Put that right here. Then inside of this, and we have an image, which is going to be a soft cozy tag, by the way. And this now, I'm going to repeat 2 kbs right here. Width of 1. Width is going to be 100%. Height is going to be 100% as well. Order radius is going to be of 40. Background color is going to be of white. Then let's take it over our image. This is going to be coming from Expo direct right away. We had it installed here. So these are the props that is going to hit. And so what's still inside of there, the source, we can immediately post this as our source. Let's go to use welcome logo.png and let's go to remove this logo.png. Replace order. I'm just going to remove all of this and just put our blue hash here. A blue hash right here. I'm going to create the variable operation. The next thing I have to add is content. Content fits this will contain. Transition is going to be 1000. So the blue hash, I'm just going to create a variable there. Export const blue hash. It's going to be similar to this, but not this specifically. So I'm going to remove all of this and put it right here. I'm going to provide this blue hash to you as well. So if we save that, we still have to bring our new good.png. which is supposed to stay inside of our images. So inside of our images, let me just go in our logo. So what I just imported is one icon.png, which is this Kitman logo, and also our Nubius PSD to replace when they're already out. This is a transparent background. This is a white background. It's going to serve two different purposes. So let me just press dot. While that is ready, then we'll see this. I can't see anything. So if you're not seeing anything, it's alright. Let's just click in our text to see if what we are being. So it is being the text as well. We need to call this Siege AI. Let me start it. This is going to be class name. And the class name for this, I might even decide that I don't want to start that. I can just put it right here and see it's going to be text of OL, text of white, text of center. Right, so let me just set that. As you can see, the lady right here, you should see my text another reproduction soon. And also, let me copy all of this. Let me be this here. And let me replace this text and say your intelligent stock analysis companion to help you make to form decisions. So say that. And this is what the styling is going to be correct. It's going to be 4x or not 4L. 4XL. So as you can see, I have my text right here and I have my text center right here. So I wonder why all of this is not showing yet. Let me remove these views and just put my text right there. So it says that is not showing here. Let me remove this. Remove this also. Okay, so it seems something is blinking somewhere. So I'm just going to reverse the lead light up. Let me just relate light up to see the text shows. Voila, that was just a little bump. So as you can see right here, my text is showing. So let me just start this properly. So for this, I'm just going to say I just want it to be large. So that really makes more, just like what we have right here. As you can see, the font feels different. That's because there isn't a customized font for this, and we have to do that also. And before we go, just one more thing. This get started button, let's bring that in. So right here, I'm just going to see a link. Going to be soft easing on. This is going to have a touchable opacity. Soft closing on as well. Going to add the text inside. And it's going to be called get started. Right. So right here, I'm just going to say import link. Link is coming from an Expo router. Then reactivity is going to go pause. Show the touchable opacity. Right. So for the link, something is important. That's why I show you squiggly lines. So I'm just going to add an widget here, which here shows where it should direct me to. It's going to direct me to the tabs. Right. Then one other property as charm. Let's set that. And let's stand properly. Crossly, I'm just going to put EJ build 600 audit SO 8 Y of 4, rounded of full. Then for the text, let's start it as well. Text of the white and text of large. Fauna, that is shaping up gradually. And for this, let me just margin bottom of 8 so that there's a space between these two guys. So ladies and gentlemen, the almost done. It's this. Oh, after this, just bring down our fonts. So Control B, right inside of my assets, I need to create a folder. I need to call this fonts, I believe. Then when getting the fonts that I'm going to provide in the description box below. So as you can see, this are our fonts right here. Rubik bold, Rubik medium, Rubik red bar, and Rubik semi bold. Right. So for this font to work, I have to edit the app into the layout. I have to change some things here, right? So just leave everything here as it is. Let's now switch things up. First things first. Inside of our root layout, right? Inside of these, just leave this as it is. Inside of our root layout, I'm going to create a variable called costs. What to call is builded an error, right? And this is going to be coming from use bounds, right? It's going to be a function like this, rather like this. Okay. So I'm going to call this Rubik bold. Rubik bold. And this is going to be required. Just need to put these as it is right now and change these. So we group the CTFF. This is what it looks like. So let me just go to the top of my code and see import. Use fonts coming from Expo fonts. So save this, and if I just do back here, now just use a style or font family of Rubik bold. Let's see. As you can see, that font has been changed. That means that our styling is working properly. All we have to do is just use AI to generate the image based on what we have. So I already want bold, I want medium, I already want regular, I don't want lights. So look what she this. I don't want anything attic. I already want gray, medium, regular, and I want a semi-gray as well. This is one of the cool things about using AI. You have to So this is what that looks like. So let's head back to our index, the TSX. So for this, I'm just going to copy all of this again. And this is going to be bold as well. Or should we just use sending in bold? And watch this. This font is going to change right away. Cool stuff. Copy all of this as well. Okay, this side of this. Let's go to produce as well. And this is going to be medium. Let's put this at medium as you can see get started. Or you definitely can put this as semi-bold. That works as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we're really close to what we have here. But as you can see this right here show you, we don't want that to show. And that is because inside of our layout, we're here to set some things right. First things first, right? So to continue with these, I'm even going to create a use effect. For use effect that is going to look like this. If there's an error, trade the error. Let me just do this. Then just put the error again. Let me go to the top of my O and import use effect from React. These are the basic things that AI help you with do to crack your brain to watch. about that. So this need to say if font is not needed, just return one. Right. Save that. I want to prevent the splash screen for auto ID for asset loads. Right. So while the asset is still living, show yield splash screen. So let's go to EK like this. Splash screen. I believe that is coming from Expo splash screen. Nope. This should come from Expo splash screen. And this is not going to book it like this. Let's go to see import or as splash screen. So this will work. And let's be to prevent auto hide async, right? So what is what that does? Stack doesn't exist. So it seems I removed something earlier. Just need to go back and say import stack connect or router because this is needed right here. So we've changed that as long. We've added this. There is so much call within here. It's basically create a variable called const query kind. As you can remember, we did install kind stack query, and so actually it's in our project to fetch data. We have to set everything in our layout, right? Which is quite important. So right here, let's go to say import query client from kind stack direct query. I'm also going to import one other field, which is a kind provider, right? So this is basically just referencing this, right? So if I go to my code right here, just above this, I'm going to create query client provider, and just under this, I'm going to close this up. So this is how to use this query client with this, right? And these two provider, I'm just going to remove this. Right. And I have to bring in something else here, right? That is where I'm going to click in gesture handler. Right. I'm going to cut this. And I'm going to put this right here as well. Cut this. Place right here. So right here in my code, I'm just going to say import gesture handler root view. And it's going to be coming from React Native gesture handler. So no error right there. We're almost done with our section right here disappearing. These are basic things that we need to set up, right? So while still above this, I want to pick in save area provider, right? So I'm just going to cut this, right beneath start, put that right there. So I'm going to say import safe area provider from the React Native safe area context. That is what that looks like. So for the stack, I'm going to have my screen options right here. I don't want this as my screen options. Do it to header shown. But actually is going to be false, so that this guy right here will disappear. Voila, that has disappeared. So start the screen, then we can use the tabs. One should be order, right? So let me just change this to a different name. I'm just going to call this stock. That is small letter symbol. This is basically going to render our stock details. We're not there yet, but I like to always set up everything first before we move away from a particular file, so that we don't have to come back, right? The options, prediction, I want this to be cut. And that's and to and that's like to let me just click this. I just want to call these stock details. Right. So ladies and gentlemen, we are done with setting up with our welcome screen and also our layout. We can eventually remove this color scheme. We didn't use it, right? This is not the tutorial to teach you about dark mode and light mode. We're going to be doing things differently. So says that, ladies and gentlemen, our app is ready for the welcome screen. The next screen we are going to create, let me just do this up real quick, is this screen right here, which is the market screen, and also the main screen, which renders the stocks, the quick AI actions, some categories right here, and also some other stocks, right? So you can click on any of these to fetch different kind of stocks, either ETF, mutual funds, and futures, the rest. So without further delay, let's jump into creating this UI, and yes, let's go. So let's just minimize this. If we click on the get started, it should take us to the tabs, which is what we want, right? So let me just close this. Let me close this. Let me add to my tabs. And inside of this index is where I want to put all of this, right? So first is first, I want to set up my layout as usual, right? So let me just visualize this. So from tab layout, the screen options, I want to leave most of these as it is, right? Well, for the tab bar active tint color, these are gentlemen, remove all of this and just put white, right? So for the header shown, it should be false, just like that. Let me just review this since we're not using it. The header shown is false, and tab bar button, well, let me just delete this and just top bar inactive tint color, I want it to be gray, right? In tab bar style, it's going to be inside the content braces like this. Inside the content braces like this. Background, this should be in lowercase. Background color, I don't want to use this black color. Let me just put 06 0C. That is what I want. And that should change right away. So for the first screen, definitely I want to have my index right here. Title, instead of calling it home, I can call it market. Right, so that has been changed. So for the tab bar icon color, this is, I can also add size, right, and say, so even though it is icon symbol that was used here, I want to change this to ION icons, right? So right here, I'm just going to say import IOI icons from Expo Vector icons. This is what I want to use. But for the name, I'm going to make it, a different name. I'm going to call it start.charts, right? And why is that not showing? This is what it should look like. So instead of just a fixed size, let me just put size here, and color should also be color, right? So for this as well, let me just copy all of this, put these right here. The middle screen is going to be watch list, and the last one AI assistant, right? So right here, let me bring this size here. First is first, and the name of this is going to be different. It's going to be watch lists, right? And the title as well, here I can all be with this watch lists, and the name is just going to be stars or scar. So there's no conflict right there. We still have to create all of these screens, but one step at a time. So this is going to be called AI charts, and As you can guess, this as well is going to be AI charts. So for the name, it is going to be charts purple, and it's going to be edits. Save that. You should see the three bottom screen right here. We don't have them created here, that's why they're looking like this. Very quickly create them, you see what I'm talking about. So in new file, I'm going to call this watch lists.tsx. I can basically just quickly create, something really quick. Watch list, this is what it looks like. Save it. Create a new folder, call this, or new file, call this AI charts in lowercase rather. .tsx. So same thing. Let me just copy all of this. Put it right here. Just need to call this AI chart screen. Replace this with AI chart screen as well. Replace this text. Yeah, please do that for me. AI charts. As you can see right here. So I'm going to remove Expo into recycle bin. So my bottom tabs look similar. So if I click on watch list, you can see what that looks like. Then you can see the effects right here. I click on the AI chart, that changes. So this is how I want my navigation to be done, right? So let me just close all of this. That is all I have to set up for my tab layout. And let me just head back to my index, or rather my tabs, then my index right here. So this is where I want to build all of these cool stuff, right? So let's start with that. So to begin with, I'm just going to remove all of this, right? Let's start afresh. This is going to be the home screen, right? So let's just remove all of this guy here and call this flex of none. Everything disappears, right? Let's bring in our status bar from Expo status bar, and the style is going to be, or the bar style rather, bar style is going to be light contents. So let me just come back there and import that real quick. Status bar from Expo status bar, and the bar style, or rather we can just bring in status bar from React Native, right? So light content, that's what we want. So I have to bring in a linear gradient. It is going to be a self-closing one, and I believe we did create something similar like this in our index, or we did it. So let's just create this from scratch. We can immediately use it later. So some of the colors, right, like this. It's going to be quality based and something looking like this. So for the first color, I want to copy this, put it right here, right? Then all of these I want to put 00194B, right? So let me just move on. I want to have the stats. The X is going to be of 0, and Y is going to be of 0 as well. The N is going to be X of 0 and Y of 1. Then to have a class name of height of full. So let me just change this typo right here, linear gradient, and this is going to be coming from, let me just remove this. It's going to be coming from linear gradient, from Expo linear gradient that we installed earlier. And why is our view having an issue right here? Let's see, we don't want to have all of these commas right here. Cool stuffs. So this is what the props look like. And inside of this, if I just create a view right here, and I create a class name, and let's say the class name is height of full, padding of 4, at the top of 16, you should see what my linear gradient looks like, just like how we have it right here. All right, so let's bring these guys here. So inside of this view, I'm going to call this the header, right? The header, definitely a view. Is a typo there. There is a typo there. So inside of this view, I'm going to have a class name of flex of row, justify of between items of center, just like this. Then I'm going to have two views. I don't want to have this right here. I just want to basically have two views, right? Empty views first. So I'm going to have the class name here. This one is going to be width of 1/2. They are both going to be width of 1/2. So inside of this, I'm going to have effects. Inside of this, I'm going to have effects, right? And this gives a good, and I want to use the date method to get the specific hours. So it's going to be new, then date method, then get hours. Then it's going to be, if it's less than 12, then that's morning, else afternoon, right? Let me bring in my fixed right here. Cool stuffs. So you know what, I'm just going to start it right away. Class name is going to be text of white, text of large. Then for the style Rubik medium instead of Rubik bold, Rubik medium. Save that. You see good afternoon right there. Copy this guy right there. Put it right here. Remove all of these. We call it Joe stats. Right. So text of 0xl. And what else? Font of bold. Text of white. This I want it to be bold. All right, so that is what we want right here. So let's just bring this image guy right real quick. So for the second part of the view that we have right here, I'm going to definitely have an items end here so that things can be shifted to the end. Now I'm going to have a pressable right here, right, so that when I click it, it can take me to a particular screen. Pressable is missing. Let's just the command here and press tab for AI to help us to show that. So on press, when this is pressed, I want to create an arrow function right here that says router dot push. And where am I pushing to? Basically, I'm pushing to tabs. Then I want to go to AI charts. Right. I don't have router right here, so let me just import router from Expo router. So it is showing these squiggly lines because the tabs is inside of a box like this, and that should disappear. So let's put in some class name here. class name, let's say width of 12, height of 12, DG blue 600, rounded or full, items of center, justifier of center. And after that, let's have our star right here. This shadow, yeah, this shadow, here I guessed correctly. The shadow offset is going to be width of the middle of this. Hey, let's remove all of this first. Let's first, bring in our image. Since we're using an image, we might not need to do all of those heavy lifting. So the most important thing, the style flex is going to be 1. So let me just bring in my image from Expo image. So let me just save that. The image should come right any moment from now. The weight is going to be 100%. Height is going to be 100%. Border radius, let's just put this as 40. Background color of white. Right. Then our source is going to be require this part, but instead of avatar.png, let's just put logo.png. Right. Placeholder is going to be blur ash. Let's import blur ash from not constant, but from, I believe, app /index. So I believe this part is correct. So what else? Save this. There we have our image right here. So the purpose of the blur ash is to show something first, even though the image is not ready. Right. So we can definitely say that we are done with our image right there. So let's minimize this. All right. Because all of this, everything below this is in a scroll view that you can scroll up and down to see the remaining stocks. We are going to have a scroll view here. Right. And this scroll view is going to say show vertical scroll indicator to be false. Let's first import this scroll view. Then underneath of this, I can see content container style. This right here. Is going to be padding bottom, and it's going to be not 100 but 200. Right. So inside of this, we're going to have several sections. The recent stock, as you can see right here, we have the recent stock or the stocks, this section, and this section. Right. So let's first start with the first section. So inside of this, I'm just going to add a comment here that says receipt stock section, or just stock section rather. Anyone works really. We need to have a tick here. I'm going to here. Save this first. So this is going to be class day, and the class day magic top of 4, rounded of 2XL, EGP 900/10, order of whites over full of ED. Right. So you should be able to see something. Or if not, let's just go ahead. We're still going to add. Let's add an ice to actually see if these are shipping up. Okay. Give me a second. Let's see if something is working properly. So just is okay. This is actually stripping up. Cool. So let me just bring this back. So let me remove height of 4. Okay. So instead of this, I want to post add effects right there. Effects that says stars. Wow. Right. So just stay here. I want to add a thanks to white. Face the black as well. Margin bottom of 2. So for the style, let's give this count. The first family is going to be big, not big here. But oh, save that. Drop the stocks right there. And I believe I missed mouse the Parabit as well. See what that should look like, just like I have it here. Alright. So moving on, I have to render something and say if loading purchase in the stock store loading. Here is it stocks. Is string, right? Recent stocks is true. I want to render something else. That is how conditional statement works. We don't have this created yet, so I know that we're going to create that in a moment. We just have our here. Right. So yeah, inside of this view, I'm going to have a class name height of 2 to 4. Justify or center in items or center. Right. They are going to have an activity indicator. It's an indicator. Right. So this is going to let me just go up. An activity indicator is going to come from the activity right there. So the curves that it takes, right? The size, very, very important, small. The color, white. Right. So why is this? Okay, this goes to try and order that, this doesn't exist. Right. We checked the left here. So it will then throw an error. Right. But let me just continue this and see right here I have to have a carousel. Right. That carousel is going to be a carousel where you can swipe left and right from this as shown in the demo. So the carousel, and even before I will put in the carousel totally, let me first import the carousel into carousel home reactivity reanimated carousel. I don't have this. Let me just copy this. My terminal, Control J, click on new terminal. Once inside my stage folder, I can see npm. I install this, and I can basically just install a specific version, right? Let me just install this version so that I do not have issues with the carousel. So let's just wait for that to install, or we can just bring this down. That doesn't mean we shut it down. Basically just ruled out. You need to minimize it. Right. So bring this up. The carousel is now active, but you still need to set up some things first. Right. So for this, let me just quickly set up some things right here. Just get to see cause. This is me setting up my API, right? Data is going to come from recent stocks, data, command display ID, It's going to be displaying recent stocks, right? So this is what all of this will look like. Query key is going to be current stocks. Query function is the function, but it is going to be called H to markets sequence, right? This is going to be stocks.
So this doesn't exist. That is why this error is being thrown. No issues at all. Let's finish this up. I want us to prepare the API. So once you are bringing in the items known by me, or
Some of these things, it will be smooth, right? So right here, I'm just going to go to my folder right here.
then inside of app, I'm going to create a new folder. You need to call API to the small letter. Then inside of this API, I'm going to call something markets API.ts. Right.
So let's quickly create that function, and that's going to be called DC function edge markets tickers. And for that, we need a page first. Number is going to be equal to 1, right? The type is going to be of string. It's going to be like default stocks. Then after this, we're going to then make a promise. We're going to then make a promise. And inside of this, we're going to have const options. It's going to be method. The person is going to be get. URL is going to be HTTPS. So we can head over to
Our API right here. Right. So we can definitely just do, as you can see, it's the first API endpoint, which is stickers. Click on that, copy all of this. This is basically everything I'm doing right there. Right. So where is my, so I'm just going to put this right there.
white stickers. Okay, so I have my params. My params page need to be page dot to string. Right, the type is still good to those. Then let's close this up. Put a comma right here. The headers is going to be these
Others. So that is all we need to think for the function right here. So there are some things that are still missing that we need to properly, set up. As you can see,
let us add the market
ticker response right here. So that as people line disappear, I will have to place this to.
This is these headers. So you have to click space headers and this type right here.
So for this, I'm just going to say interface
market sticker response. And the metadata is going to be profession, which is going to trend
status string or number other.
Status is going to be of number.
Copyright is going to be of string. So this basically is that everything that will be provided right here, the data that will be generated, we are basically adding a tag to it. So this is basically some of the data that will be returned for the API. Right. I just want to properly add types to them so that we can get things going smoothly. Right. So enable this, I'm not going to waste my time to create everything. I can basically just copy and paste some of the types.
I'll definitely provide the types for you in the description box below as well. But let me just copy and paste the types. It's going to take a lot of time putting it out one by one. So let me just fast track that. So I'm just going to highlight all of this and paste all of these types, which is quite a lot, typing it out one by one. We don't want to waste our time doing all of that. So let me just analyze everything. The most important thing is we are going to write out ourselves market ticker response, and why is still there an error right here. So it seems the base header we still have to create it, and even with this we're not done with everything that we need to deal that. Create a try and catch to try something and return the error fit page, right? So I'm just going to, for the charge sequence response, oops, I'm going to say comments response is going to be await xuse dot requests. We're just going to be options, and I'm going to return the response.data. If there's any error, please and gentlemen, just console the log whatever error we're getting and then treat an error as well. For xuse, we don't have xuse. Let's just import it right there and say import xuse from xuse, right? So for the base headers as well, that's the last thing we have to create for that. So I'm just going to get to the top of my code and say const base headers, right? I'm just going to see x rapid. The API dash key is going to be processed this f.rapid API, but no, this is not what I want to use. I want to use something different. So I want to get API key. And also this, I want to get API post. I'm doing this because of this reason. If we are on the development, like we are writing our code right now, we want to use process.end. That is, you want to be getting our API key from here. But if you're on production, if the app is installed like this app right here, this is on my phone by the easy app we're trying to build, right? You don't want to put things in the end, right? You want to put this in the cloud. So that is why I'm doing that, right? So this is going to look like this. Const get API key. I'm going to say if it's going to be an if statement. So inside of this, I'm going to put a dash, dev dash. If you're on dev, that is development, and process dot expo public rapid API. Not really. I want this to be public API key, public finance API key. If this is true, then just return process that expo underscore public, and it's just going to be one public, by the way, expo public finance API key, right? Else you just return constant. This is how to settle your API key to be safe in the cloud. So right here, I'm just going to bring in constant from expo constant, right? So why is this streaming an error? Can't find the gaming double underscore, right? Upperly it is 2. Right, so this is what that looks like. Same thing, just going to get KH, create that as well. Get API host. Same thing if where the development and process that end with Expo Public Finance API also is true. Return process that end and this same thing basically. But we're just changing these guys. Right. So if these two are ready, ladies and gentlemen, we're already almost done setting up our API to fetch our host data right here. But you still need the API key, right? So you're just going to save this, Control B to build this up, and I'm going to create .m file right here and put my API key. So let me just copy this, put it right here. Copy this, then also put this right here. I'm going to add to my grid, and in the code snippets, I have my own API key right here. So I'm just going to put this right here. For the hosts, I'm just going to put this right here. Save that, and you can just console.log to see if you actually get this API key. You save it and go to reload. If you reload the app, we have some errors, right? Because we haven't finished setting up our index. But at least, you get what I mean? The API is ready. All you have to do is just import this guy right here. So I'm basically see import fetch market stickers, and this is going to come from my API. This is just going to come from API / market API, and this error disappears. And the query is going to see imports this query from @star React query. So ladies and gentlemen, things are shipping up really quick. All we have to do is just render this guy, right? So for the carousel, let's wrap up the carousel. And let me just first add a text here. Let me add a text here. And I can just see just to recent data it's coded as length to show how many data we're getting back before we start rendering all the necessary UI. So let me just reload, and since our layout is not letting things show really quick, so inside of my app, inside of my layout, this is preventing it from to run, I believe. So let's see what we are doing wrong. Prevent auto hide a6 splash screen dots. Okay. So what else? So we missed out something there also. So let's just copy this, put this right here again. But the second list effect is going to have loaded. If loaded is true, right? If loaded is true, then we have to hide our splash screen. That is basically what I went to have. Then loaded is going to be there. Cool stuff. So let's reload our app to see what I just connected. So our error was, what is an error? We are actually doing through the error. But if the loaded is true, right, we're supposed to hide the splash screen I was showing. We didn't hide that before, and that's been fixed. So head back to your market API. First things first, let's see if we get here the API keys. As you can see, these are the two API keys right here. That shows that is working. So let me just remove this. And let's just click on get started. So as you can see right here, the stocks is 25. I'll go to my index and just say class name text of white. You are going to see the amount of stocks we're getting back, which shows that our API is getting us all the stocks. All we have to do is just render it in a carousel. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me point this carousel. The new white is going to be false. The weight is going to be weight minus 32. I'm here to bring in the width. Let me just go up really quick and say cost width. We're getting the width for other dimensions right here. Let's get to quick dimension right here. Get the dimension and the windows, right? We're getting the windows from the dimension. This gets the method. So dimensions that get then windows does width, right? And you can even remove the width right here because we're already going to destructure this to get the width, specific width, right? So for the carousel, let's continue. See if you are mixing something up. Let's bring in our carousel from React Native animated carousel right there. So while still under this, we're going to see the height is going to be 100. The data is going to be going to call something chunk array. It's going to be a method, and I'm going to put in recent stocks data. That body, I'm going to just pass in a value here, which is not this. I'm going to just put 6. So this is basically saying chop the items to show 6 at a time. Full stops. So scroll animation duration is going to be 1000. More of this important thing, render item. This is going to an arrow function inside of this. It seems we missed something. Let's just remove this to get that error. So inside of this is where we're going to build UI, right? And don't forget that this is still using, right? So my V here, I'm going to have this as well. Chunk.map. Chunk.map. And what am I mapping basically? I'm mapping the stock. Right. So this is stock. And this is going to be any. Let me just put, it's going to be an array function as well. This is what that looks like. I don't have my chunk created yet, and I'm going to draw that very soon. So let's first create this chunk array. Right underneath of this, I'm going to say pounds chunk array is going to be also an array function. Right. So this is going to be array. You need for this size going to be of type number. So cost chunks it's going to be an empty array at the beginning. So only right that says let I be equal to 0. I is less than array's length, then increase that by the size. Then push this into the chunks. Array.size I plus size. And finally return the chunks. Right. So something is still missing, which is my chunk right here. I have to destructure it here. So inside of this, I'm just going to have item. I'm going to have chunk here. So ladies and gentlemen, these are shipping up real quick. And yes, so inside of this, I'm going to have const create a variable positive. It's going to basically be if stock dot net change in the net change starts with, so we're going to say we're going to store this variable inside of is positive, which basically shows that okay, this value is positive or not, right? And we are going to now return something. So that entire error should just clear up right now. So first things first, I'm going to have a view here. I want to have a view here, and this view key, which is quite important, is going to stop the symbol, right? I don't want to have all of this. Then inside of this, I want to add a touchable opacity because I want you to click each of these guys, right, and go to the stop detail script. Cool stuffs. Let me go to the top to just bring in touchable opacity and just say this. So right here inside of this, whenever I press this, it should just take me to router.push, right? And specifically, it should take me to the stop folder and specifically the stop details, right? So this is prime because, so this is shown generally because we are yet to create this part. So if I check my tabs, it's not there. Let me just create stop. And right here, I'm just going to create a new file. I'm going to call this symbol .tsx. Right. So this directory disappeared in a moment. And just say const store details screen return. Let me use this ability about this again. Let me just put in some dumb values here. So stop video screen. Let me just import view and text from React. Save this. If you close this error should disappear in a bit. And if it doesn't disappear, just leave that as it is. We're going to come back to there. So right here, I want a view, right? And this view right here, I want to have a class name, phrase or rule, items or center. That's what I want to have right here. So something is directly not showing. Why is something not showing? Let me just rebuild my app. You see there's an error that we are missing right here. Let's just click on get started. Something is definitely missing, right? So after this view, I want to we miss the class name here, flex of rule and flex of wrap. Save that. And let's see what is really happening. So I believe also we have to change this. It should be start with, not start with. Right. Voila. So that was the typo right there. Change that, ladies and gentlemen. So after this, I'm going to create another view right there. And this is going to have a text. So this class name is going to be width of 10, height of 10, rounded or full, BG white of 20 items of center, justify center, margin right of 2. So inside of this as well, let's see, are we using something? You guys to create another view here? No, we do not. So something is missing right here. Okay, so the text here is going to say stock dot symbol the character charts 0. So the first one or the first character is just what it's going to show. The last thing is going to text of white and text of large. Say that. If you see some of the stubs right here, right? So I want to put the style as well. Font family is going to be Rubik of O. So this gets O. So after this, I'm going to have another view kite there. And inside of this view, I'm not going to have any styling. But for this text, what is it going to choose? Make it show stock. Let's see though. Right. So the class name is written text of white, text of large. Alright, so the star right there is going to be real big O. So as you can see, things are shaping up really nice. We're almost there to achieve all of this. So I believe we also missed something right here. So that looks like that. Alright, so after this, we are going to have another text. And this is going to be stop.qct change. Save that. And the class name for this is going to be actually quite interesting. I'm going to have text of small. And also, I'm going to say if it's positive, right, show text green of 600, else text red of 600 as well. Right, so save that. You see what that looks like right away. So let me just copy this. Just underneath of this, put it right here. And see it is sendable. Almost shaping up. We're not done with our styling yet. Doesn't look like what we have right here. Yes. So let's complete this by saying select. It's going to add data as the parameter there. This is going to say if the data is not true or the data is not ready, or if the data.body is not ready, right, then just return data. Then this is going to return all the data, then also body, insert stocks. Or I did put data.body outside of this without our sort stock ready. So right under chunk array, right, you have to count sort stocks. It is going to be an arrow function like this. And first is first, I'm going to say if, the stock is not true, right, or is not available, or if the stock does length stock dot length, stocks rather, and this is going to stocks right here. The tag is going to be up anyway. So I'm just going to return an empty array, as you can guess. So first, find all the top stocks. Right. I want to basically render some top stocks like Apple and likes. So I'm going to say const top stocks is going to be stocks dot filter stocks that includes rather top stocks that include stocks dot symbol into upper case. See what that would look like, right? And also sort the top stocks according to priority. So this also moves the const sorted top stocks. Is this correct? Top stocks dot nope. This is going to be top stocks dot map. Then this is going to look like this. Then inside of this, let's call this symbol. And top stocks dot find the stock by stock dot symbol dot uppercase is strictly equal to the stock. Right. Then I'm going to add a dot filter right here. And I'm going to have that looking like that. So moving on, combined sorted top stocks with the rest of the stocks. Right. So I'm going to return. Sorted top stocks and also other stocks. Right. So we don't have other stocks created yet. Let me just use what is against here. Other stocks is going to be stocks dot filter and stocks. If there isn't top stock or there's a clue, okay, here's exactly what I want to have. Right here, it is really quickly line. And what is top stock? This was heading. So this is what this would look like to reload our app and see where is our stop. Let me just put this right here actually. Reset stop data.body.length. Let's see how many stops are dating back. So it doesn't seem we're getting any stop back. Let's just console the log or debug once again what we are missing. So I think we made a couple of mistakes here. I'm going to earn top stop items here and right here I'm going to create the top stocks. This is basically Apple, Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and Tesla. This is what it looks like. So this, I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put this right here. Cool stocks. So save that. You have all your stock right here. Right. So if I swipe left and right, you can see all my stocks right here. But we still have some little styling issue. So let me just minimize all of this. Let's minimize everything and see the way of getting things mixed up. So right here under our trumpet map, where we have our key, we missed out the key styling to make these all look, to make all of this look just like this. We start the middle styling. So for that, we are going to write style here. The style right here is going to be width, and the width is going to be what? It's going to have a column right. After that, you're going to have width minus 32 divided by 6. Then the margin bottom class name is going to be margin bottom up 2. I'm going to cut this. I'm going to put it right here. Ladies and gentlemen, our styling is almost done. But instead of 6, we're going to have it as 3. So that it divides 3 by 3. And if you scroll left and right, ladies and gentlemen, there you are, all your stocks. Right, as you can see, this is the stock detail. So once you click on each of these stocks, it's going to take you to the stock details, which is some of the things we're going to implement next. Right, so we're done with the header, we're done with displaying stock section. What we want to create next is the quick AI action. So I'm just going to add quick AI action. Right, so save that. Let's see how this is what that looks like. So let me just minimize this. And inside of this, I'm just going to have a view. And inside of this view, then you have a class name, right? So margin Y of 8. I'm going to have a text. And the text right here with the class name is going to be text of white, text of large, margin bottom of 4. Right, the style is going to be font repeat of bold. What will the text say? Quick AI action. So let's see, this is what that looks like currently. So after this text, I'm going to have a view. And in this view, I'm going to have the class name. It's going to be text of row. Right. So I'm going to have a touch it opacity right here, so that when I click on each of these guys, it takes me to the next stream. Right. So after this, I'm going to have on press. I'm going to have on press, and this is going to be router that's push. What is going to it's tabs, then AI chat. This is basically going to take us to this screen right here. So what else? Class name. The class name is going to be flex of 1. But now white of the rounded of large, party right of 4, this to energy, then party of 4. So let's bring in an icons. So what is this going to look like? Yen is going to be analytics. Size is going to be 24. Color is going to be 6005 FA. Class name is going to be margin bottom of 2. Then after that, we're going to have of text. What does this text says? It is at a siege about daily stocks. Right. See that, so that the styling falls into place. So this is going to be class name, text of white, text of small, style is going to be pixely bold. So you can see what that looks like pretty quick. So just underneath of this as well, I'm going to have black text that says get insights on current market leaders. This is the music key to be just regular. Alright. This is what that looks like. I'm just going to really copy and paste this guy right here. And at the end of the day, this is what we want to achieve, right? So for the second guy here, this is going to take you to AI charts. It's going to take you to watch lists, flex, RAM, background, run rate, large, Naji, left or 2, adding of 4, save that. Cool stops. For the icons, use stars or star rather. And for the color, as you can guess, FPP F24. Save this. That is a nice code. So for this is going to be analyze watch lists. And for this is going to be Sage AI portfolio analysis. This is what that will look like. Hey, are we close or not? We are definitely close with that. So let's jump on the next segment right here. So let me just minimize this real quick. So this is going to be market type segments. So underneath of this, I'm going to have a view. And to this view, I'm going to have a strong view. A strong view. And scroll is going to the horizontal by the way. Horizontal. Show the horizontal scroll view is going to be pause. Finally, the classmate is just going to be ranging bottom of 4. Alright. So moving on, I'm going to try to look through the market types here. Dot map. Right, it's going to be another function like this, and it's going to have a touchable opacity. Right, the key is going to be of type, which I am yet to bring it right here. Right, let me just create the market type really quick. So at the top of my code, right here, let me just create const archetypes. I want stocks, but in caps locks. I want to have it here, not the two. I want to mutual funds. Also here, I want to futures, and I believe that is all I want to have right here. So my market types is complete. So first is for slave first render. Let me render the text, right? Let me render this text and see. I'm just going to have the type here, right? So save that. You have the text right here showing, but let's style everything properly. So for the type, so once you click on each of the market types, I'm going to say you are going to set selected markets, and we're going to pass in the specific type that we selected to this statement here. So moving on, for the class name, I'm going to have it and say if I'm going to say if selected market is true or be strictly equal to the type, right? So what's the here? I want this to be background white over 20. Errors background white over 10. Right? I don't have these two doors created yet. That is why it's showing just squiggly lines. So for the texts, it's the same thing. Class name is going to be white. The style for the font family, I'm going to say put a dollar sign right there. We selected market type is strictly equal to the type. Then use the big code, else you would be semi-bold. So I'm going to go to the top of my screen right here, create a stage really quick, const selected market, say selected market. This is a basic states, and I'm going to just call these market types or market type rather. Market type. And what are the market type? You can pick the straight dots right here. We can see type, market type. These are the market types, which are basically the same thing as the market types here. This is the type, this is the variable. So this is what we have, and I believe we don't have this state imported yet. So where do we import that? Let me just doing it right here. Import use state from React, and this is what that looks like. All right, so no more errors here. Let me just see this. As you can see, these are the types, but this series we still have some styling issue. We are going to fix that very soon. So before this, right, padding X of 4, padding Y of 2, margin right of 2, rounded of 4. Let's see what that looks like. Good stuffs. All right. So is that similar to what we have right here? Quite similar, but the color can be better. Right. So BG white. Let's see what it look like. All right. So if we click on any of these, let's select this. All right. So that segment is shaping up. Right. So the next thing we want to do is create this section, and we are done with the home screen, right? So let me just minimize this. So for the indices section, I'm just going to say indexes section. Yeah, don't you use the code here, so this won't be long at all. So view styling, I'll have a text here, and this is where you're going to say indices, right? It's going to show right here. So for my text, you know what the class name is going to be like: text white, text large, margin bottom of 2, style is going to be Ruby gold. Able to see that show any image from now. So I'm going to reuse what I have right here. I'm going to reuse this. So copy all of this. After this, just be this here. Let me just take this up. You know, once you read all of this code, that is why I'm doing all of that. So it's loading markets, right? Is what this would look like. So for the link, it's going to be false, with mouse, all of these, most of these are the same, but this is just going to say market data, which we are here to create by the way, and this is just going to be 2. I just want to show you just 2 stop, as you can see. Just want to be sure to stop our view instead of that, which is 6. So for the chunk as well, that stays the same. This stays the same. For this stop dot symbol, it stays the same. So I can as well just remove all of this and just put this right here. So this also return oppressible opacity, right? So whenever I click it, I want it to take me to where you stop. Then this is going to be item dot symbol, right? And what I'm going to get item is going to come from here. Replace that with item. So whenever I click on this, it takes me to that string. Let me add a class name here. The class name for this is going to be PG of white over 10 rounded of large, padding of 4. Full stops. Then the key, which is very important, is going to be item.symbol. We're done with that. Let's move on to the next stage. Here, I'm going to add my flex row, items from center, then justify of between, right? So this is what I'm going to add. So I can as well just remove all of this, and let's just, write the remaining code itself. I'm going to have a link here. And this view, I'm going to say class name is going to be base of 10, height of 10, rounded of full, background of white over 20, items of center, justify of center, and also margin right of 2. Cool stop. Then I'm going to also add a text here. And this text is going to say item.symbol.char at 0 post character, and class name is definitely going to be text of white, text of large. Then the style is going to be rubric bold. And after this, I'm going to have a view. Let me just bring this here. This is what that will look like. We're going to get an error, by the way, because this market data doesn't exist. So for this, I'm just going to copy all of this, put all of this here. I'm going to call these markets data. The spending is going to be this loading markets. Then the query is going to be markets because it's going to be selected markets, right, which I'm still here to create. This is going to be fetch market tickers also, but for this is going to be selected markets, right? So for this, select data, right? If the data is, let me just remove all of this and let's start again. So I'm going to say if the selected market will be strictly equal to ETF, then I'm going to say what? Return transform ETR data, because some of the data are quite different. I'm just going to pass in data right here. Then I'm just going to return data. Alright, we don't have this created yet. Let's go and create that. So under this, in this const transformed ETR data, this is going to be data. It's going to be ending by the way, an arrow function. I'm just going to return all the data, right? But the body is going to be data.body.map dot map. And inside of this is where I want to create my arrow function. So I want to have my item here, which is going to be turned by here. So symbol is going to be item that symbol. Made is going to be item that's name. Visibility change is going to be item but visibility change. Last sale. Net change is going to remain the same, but one other thing that I want to have here is last sale. It's going to be item but last sale tracks. Alright, so this is just what I want to have right here. And then we go and create my, let me minimize this. As you can see here, as already suggesting that to me. Let me copy all of this, put it right here, and put it in square as well. So what else is missing? Selected markets. I believe everything is sorted out already. All we have to do is just import this fetch markets. We already have fetch market tickers, right? And I believe they're good to go. Let me hit that. It's fetching the data, but there's an error right there. That is why the data is not showing properly. Stock doesn't exist. Alright, let's see here we have an error. So if we go down to our indexes right here, as you can see, our stock doesn't exist really. So let's just put in our item here. And let's see. As you can see, this is the two UI right here, just like this. So let's finish starting this. So we're done with this view right here. Under this view, I want to have a styling here. It's a class name by the way, width of 70%. That's what I want to have right there. Alright, already let's have neat here. Let me have flex of low, justify of between right there. So this side of this again, let me copy out of this, put it right there again. Right, so this is going to be 70%. This is going to be flex on low. Let me remove this. So I'll get our text right here. Item.symbol. Right. So the class name is going to be text of white. Text of large. And for the font as well, let me grab that there. You should see my item.symbol right away. So for the following one as well, just like I have this text, let me just copy the not with this text right here again. So this is going to be item.name.length. In that case, greater than 25, right? Then item does mean the slice the first to 25th character. No, so this item does mean right. So save that. Almost there. All that to do is just render this part, as you can see. IP8 is going to be right. So if you scroll up, we don't have everything inside of our scroll yet. So let me cut everything. It seems we are outside of the scroll. We should be inside of the scroll. Alright. So this is what that looks like. In your scroll up, I'll minimize some things. Let me minimize some things. Alright. So after the 70%, we are going to have the remaining, we're going to have the remaining 30%. And item dot end is what we're going to have. Right? So we are going to have a text right here. And it's going to be item dot last sale. Class name is going to be text of white, text of Raj, Rubik, Semibolt. See that? She sees something right there. You see it, then it seems something is missing here. So plates of wood. Alright, justified between. And the last one right there. The last one right there, we are going to call it explicitly change. Any semibolt. And for the color, it's going to be unique. Right, so the class name, I'm going to ask something like this. Right, I'm going to say text of large. And let's see if it is positive. Show text of green 600, else show text of red 600. Alright, so we're done with our star lady, but it seems something isn't shaping up properly. It's scrolling left and right, good. But we still need to make sure some things are set up properly. So just after this, we'll just copy this right under the return. After the first, we'll just put this right here. Then put it right there as well. Just should do this. Okay. So fetch row item center but to width of full. Width of full. Then we add this. So for this, I'm just going to add ID spent. Let me just add some styling. 2G transform direct. Let's see what that looks like. Okay. PG glue 500. Let's track what is happening with that. They are both on flex row. So what is causing the major issue? So one of the major trades I want to add here is markets is loading, or data is loading. Height shoot is 32. Justify center, item center. Background white over 10. And rounded or large. That's not going to fix our bug, but hey, we're one step to fixing it. So right there, where I have my render item, I'm going to add that of 2, remove what I have there currently, and weight is just going to be 98%. So that should fix that. So another mistake that we also made was the height is supposed to be 160, not 100. And fixing that should actually render all our stocks, and this is what that looks like. We just pull left and right, you're just going to see that. Let me remove this honey debugging. So this is what that looks like right now. I'm just going to head back and see what else we missed. And also, I'm just going to remove this. So that shows the PCT change. And the last cell is going to be of a lowercase as well. So those two guys shows there, right? You know, for the touchable opacity, I can definitely just change this. Let's see. Let's copy this. Let's copy these and make it so that it is only right. So when you click on this guy here, that you get taken to the next stream. Because right now, since everything we click, but every time we click this card, it opens the, stock details screen, which is not what I want. So I'm just going to change this to give. Right. So this on press, I'm going to cut it. I'm going to put this right here. Okay. So what else? This I'm going to change to B. Alright. So if I swipe meta right, you can see the stocks displayed there. Alright. So if I click on this, that is where it takes me to the stock screen. That makes sense because we don't want to be clicking any of this item or taking to the stock details immediately, even though we are just screwing. So ladies and gentlemen, what this does is basically if you click on currently on stocks, if you let me just increase the way they chamfer that. So 70%. Let me reduce this to 20. So this is just us in 2 lines. And let me just add 3 dots. Right, so that there's a data there. Alright, so if I click on it here, it fetches data that are, ETFs. So it says you have an L. It says starts with. Cannot read property of starts with. So I'm just going to add to the transform ETF data that I have at the top of my code. Transform ETF data. So return get the data body.map item, then symbol is item.symbol, name is item.company name. This is company name. Alright. Last year price, PCC change, rate change. So this is going to be net change, camel case, and PCT change is going to be percentage change as well. Alright. So let's save that. We get all our stocks. Then if we click on the ETF, we get the data for the ETF as well. Right. Now the next screen we're going to focus on is going to be the stock details screen, where we're going to render all of this and also have a button here to tell the user if you want to actually, ask the AI about these stocks if they should get it or not. That is the next focus for the next screen. And ladies and gentlemen, let's start right away. So let's start with this right away. We are just going to have these closed. We're going to have our layout closed. Let's just pop this open, and inside of our stock symbol.tsx, so we're going to have the stock details screen. So first things first, let me head back to my index. We're then going to use some items there. So let me just minimize this. So I'm going to copy all of this back into my symbol.tsx. I'm going to paste this right here, and I'm just going to import the from Reactivity and status bar from Reactivity as well. Then I'm going to bring in my linear gradient as well. This guy. I'm going to bring this guy right here as well. Okay. So I'm going to bring linear gradients from Expo linear gradients. We've done this in the previous code. We're going to repeat some of these things again. And yeah. So let me just set that stock details. So we click on each of this stock right here, right? All of these stocks. I just click on AS. You're going to see it just right there. And all I have to do is, I'm just going to bring this right here. Copy is. Put this right here. And I'm just going to save this so that the height fills the entire screen. But I'm going to first create what we call is navigation right here. So I'm going to add a view right here. Give you class name is going to be padding top of 16, padding X of all, flex of wool, justify of between items of center. Now I want to have and press it. Press it right here. And what am I going to have here? Icons. And this class name is going to say omex of 2 or parent of white branded to full now. So just bring in traceable here, right? And IM icons as well. Let's just bring these right here. Cool stuff. Save it, and you should see a dot right there. Arrow back 24. So now you press this on press. Basically what it does is takes you back. So right, I'm just going to see it imports router from Expo router. Save that. And for this color right here, I'm going to change this to 028,467. So we can take it back right here. So if I click on it, it's going to take me back. Click on this stuff. I can see that student free right there. So just underneath of this, just going to copy this as well. Put it right here. So instead of going back with this, all this is going to do is undo, watch, list, press. So that when I press this, it's going to basically just add this to my watch list. Let me just leave that for now. For the name, I'm going to see if it is already watched. Right. We need to put star right here. Else, I'm going to have the star outline right there. The size need to be 24. Then for the color, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to cut one of this, or cut rather. Then I'm going to see if it's washed as well. Use this particular color. The color you're going to use, this is what I'm going to use right here. Use this right here. And it's going to be F24. Right. So that is what the color will look like. I'm still here to create each of these variables. I'm going to create them very soon. So this is washed. Let's go and be the very real quick. So count it's washed. Let's just click pause there so that we can get things moving. As you can see right here, nothing is showing because we are here to set the stop up. So after this pressable and this view in general, I'm going to remove all of this and just add value X of 4. Right, so right here, I'm going to say I want the stock price header, right, which is this guy right here. So I'm going to have a bit there. And this view class name is going to the flex or the row items of center and justify of between, and also padding wide or 4. If you write here, insert any class name, and the text, I'm going to have symbol right here. Symbol that gets once we pass any value. So whenever you click on each of these stock, you are passing the stock to the main screen. But we're here to collect that. So for the text, I'm going to say class name. This is just going to be text of 2xl, text of white, right. So let's just bring in text real quick. And bring in text right there. The symbol as well, I'm just going to say housed symbol. I'm going to use local search params. It's coming from Expo, right? And inside or let's need to add a type. Symbol is basically string. So this symbol is going to get rendered right here. As you can see, is ML right here. So if I click on Baba, you're going to see Baba right here. This is basically me sending the symbol to the main screen so that we can use that to fetch a particular stock. So moving on, right underneath of this, I'm going to also my split to be of Rubik oats. Underneath of this, I'm going to say OTA data or quotes data. With quotes data the to body dots, then the first data dot land name is true. Then we are going to render a text, right? And the text is going to be quotes data dot body, and we are basically going to show the first, data in that array, it's going to show quotes. So let me go and set up fetching my specific data. So we can see const data quotes data. Then I'm going to use this query. The quotes data, I'm going to change this to stock data, and the symbol is going to be right there. Query function is going to be fetch stock quotes. Then I'm going to pass in the symbol, as you can guess, because that is what we want to fetch. Then this is just it. The inside of this are string, right? So do not fetch this if the symbol doesn't exist. All right. So inside of this, you're going to import this query, which is what we're using, and also fetch stock quotes. So inside of our market API, I can as well copy all of this, put it right here, change this to fetch stock quotes, right, and change the values as well. We only need one thing, which is basically the symbol, which is going to be string, right? And the tag here is basically going to be quote response. We already have that created or copied right here. So basic thing, cost options, method is get. Then this is going to be market slash not stickers, but stock slash scopes, right? The params is not going to be just page. It's going to be ticker. There is going to be, let's just remove all of this. You to symbols dot join. You're going to have that like that, and it's going to be inside of a color braces like this. And this is the parab. We're going to remove this inside of the parabs. The headers into base headers. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to also change this to version 1. So it's going to be /API version 1 market stock quotes. So we're now with our fetch quotes stocks API, and if we head back to our symbol, all we have to do is just import this guy right here, fetch stock quotes from API market API. So I can as well just change this to this, so API market. So this is what we have right now. Let me just go back, save this. Fingers crossed we have our data fetched. So if I click on Baba, as you can see, something is right here. Let me just style it properly. And where do we have that? So class name is going to be text of white, and the style is going to be font family big, medium, and also text of large. This is what that looks like. And white, let me just add this so that using the same opacity as the main character right there. So what else do we need? We do need this section as well. So let me minimize this. Right under this, let me create a view. So inside of this view, I'm going to take the text, right? I'm going to need to say this class name of x of 2xl, height of bold, text of white, right? And I'm going to say the style is going to be Ruby bold. So I'm just going to cut all of this, put this inside of the view, and paste this right there. And for this view, I can as well just say class name, flex of rule, item center, margin top of 1. For the text, I'm going to say it's going to be dynamic, and I'm going to say flex of large, and also is if price change data is positive, if it's positive, then text of range 600, that was text of direct. Then for the star as well, font family movie coach. Then this specifically, I'm going to say price change data dot is positive. Then this is desirable to use, right? Then price change data was change dot to fixed into 2 decimal places. Then after this, I'm going to have 2 things. I'm going to have this as well. So it's these 2 guys. I'm going to have there right here, but their value is going to be different. Instead of change, let me scroll up. It's going to be percentage change just to fixed. And finally, I'm going to add a percentage. So at the top of our code right here, I'm going to create a variable. I'm going to const price change data is strictly equal to react dot use memo, right? Let's just case this off like this. you have to import both of those guys, no issues at all. So instead of this, I'm going to say if processed change data let's is strictly equal to 0, then know what to do. Just return change the 0, then the percentage change 0 is positive is also need to be or false, right? If the data is 0, then else when we see post price is going to process change data. Then we are not going to just get price but the con, right? Else 0. Then the last price is going to be process change data. Then this is going to be process change data dot length minus 1. Then value else 0, right? So also I'm going to have the change is going to be last price minus first price. We have also percent change. This is going to be change slash first price. Multiply that by 100, right? And just to remove this. And what else? Then finally, we're going to return all of these values. Change, percent change is positive, is going to change if it's greater or equal to 0. Then finally, processed change data. There is a mistake right here that we need to fix real quick. So let me just remove react.this video. Let me bring a use meme from React like this. And why is this throwing an error? Process change data. Okay, so we are going to say const processed change data, right? We are also going to use this memo. We're going to close this off like this, and I'm going to say if the history data is not true, but if the body specifically inside of it is not true, then just return an empty array. Else, if it is actually true, let me have this. Then return objects that values or entries rather, entries or stats, then history data dot map, and you're going to have timestamp and data as the parameters there. So let me place this up. I'm going to have timestamp as the first value right here. I'm going to pass almost pass the timestamp when the date is going to be near it. Pass int. I'm going to pass the timestamp. Then this is multiplied by 1000. The open is going to be data.open I is going to be data.I. Here is going to be data.close. It's going to be with data.close. Always going to be data.burn, right? And finally, we're going to have this right here, and this is going to be called dates, not the data, right? And this is going to be data.open physically. So let's just fetch our history data. History data, same thing as this, but with some changes. We're going to have history data that is pending is going to be this history pending, right? Instead of stock data, I'm going to have stock history. Stock history, then I'm going to use the symbol, and then there's the time frames as well. Time frames. I'm going to have selected time frame and interval right here. Interval. And this is going to be dots, by the way. Alright, so query function fetch stock history. The symbol, let me add this here. Symbol is as a string, then time frame is selected time frame dot interval as n. We don't have it splitted yet. So if there's no symbol, do not enable it, not fetch this data. So let me just remove this as well. So let me just add this right here as well. Let me save that, but there will be an error displayed here. No worries at all. So let's set up our fetch stock history. So I'm going to head back to my market API.tickers or .tx. Bring this right here. Change this to fetch stock history. We need two things. Okay. I think this is the closest. Let me just remove this. Copy this. Put it right here. French stock history. Then we need a symbol. Just one particular one, because just fetching just in one specific. So interval is going to be 1 minute, 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 1 day, 1 week. Let me know most of this. So 15 minutes, 1 day, 1 week, 1 month. Then by default, it is going to be 1 day. All right. So for the counties, this is going to be stock history data. So const option, this remains the same, but this you have to change it, right? So market stock history, not the quotes. This is going to history right here. So for the params, we're going to remove all of the params right here. Symbol is the param, interval is the param, and also different and clips. Right. So let's just add that right here. Different and split. They're going to be true for us. So I mean that is all we need to set up our fetch stock history. So right now symbol, we can definitely just bring this as well. Fetch market history. So right above our code, let's just quickly create the time frames. Right. Let's create the time frame. And this is going to be legal. This is going to be 1 day, interval is going to be 1 day. For 1 day, it's going to be 12 minutes. And this is going to be 1. Let's have the right here, but instead of 5 day, 1 week. Trust me, this is really important for you to work with the data right here. So data high is 15, this is 7. 1 month is going to be 1 day, it is 30, 3 months, 90. 1 year, let me remove 6 months. 1 year is going to be 1 day, or 1 week rather, 1 WK. Then I'm just going to have all. Interval is going to be 1 MO, and this is just going to be 0. Alright, so this is what the time frames look like. So I still have to pass in my selected time frame. So right here where it says const selected time frame, and by default it's going to be 0. So let me just import stitch right here so that this error clears. So for our history data, I can guarantee we're almost done with history data. So just save it. Let's just click that. So let's click on paper, as you can see, something is trying to show, but it's showing not a number. So let's just retrace our steps and see here we got this wrong. So what you've created so far is this. So there is a mistake right here that I want us to change. It's going to be chart data, right? It's going to be chart as well. Chart data. We will just copy all of this. Copy all of this, put this right here. So put it right here as well. So we're going to have to play this very real quick. So this is going to be chart data instead of change data. And this as well is again to make is going to be chart data. So let's just see that and see if these are the way we see the how, not the number. We see getting that error. So before we hit there as well, let's just change this to is history voting. This way. So another reason why this is not showing is because we are missing an important aspect of the value here. So our process chart data, you need to have our value there, which is data.close. So if we save that, you should have our data showing right here. Hover, click on Baba, you can see what that looks like right there. So as you can see, all you have to do is just render this as well. So we can just head back here. Inside of this view, we can have another text here. And this text is going to basically say, so I'm just going to put a dollar sign right here. I'm going to see processed charts data, which is going to be double S. The length is doing that is 0, right? Processed charts data, right? It's going to be processed charts data dot text minus 1, right? Dot value dot to fixed there is a 2% basis, else we're going to have 2 dash right here. So save that. We have our text right here. So class name is going to be text of 2 characters, out of bold, text of whites. See that should look like what we have right here. So moving on, the next thing we have to do is invert these sections, right? So stock price header is gone. Let's go to about stock body right there. So right here I'm going to have a story view. Scroll view. Inside of this scroll view, would is show vertical scroll indicator to false. And the content container style is going to be padding bottom of it's 400 right here. Okay. So first is first, I want to render cap bar, right? So let me just import scroll view right here. So right here, import scroll view, and also so under this I'm going to have const render tab bar I'm going to return something. I'm going to call this view. And right here, I'm just using class name. It's going to be flex of row, DG of white, order of button, ordered ray 200. Right, then I'm going to render the tabs, but map. Right, then inside of this, I'll have my other function here. It's going to be all caps locks. So inside the keys, I'm going to have my first table. Right. So I'll have my text right there. So inside of my text, I'm going to just have the tab. Right. Let me create the tabs to render. So right here, I'm just going to say const tabs. It's basically going to show two ticks. Right. It's going to be an overview. And financials. This is the details that I want to render in these tabs. Right. So right here, I'm going to render my tab and index both together. So let me just save that. You might see something right here, but if you don't, let's press on. So the key is going to be tab. Right. Whenever you press it, if you press it, it's going to what? Select active tab. So tiles active tab. I was going to say that to the index. Let's just switch to active. Let's create that very right here. Alright. So the cast name, so we have the part 6 right there, flex of 1, pattern y of 3, items are sent file, order bottom of 2. Then I'm going to say if the active tab is strictly equal to the index, they will have border blue of 600, else just border transparent. So for the text as well, we're going to have the class name. If the active tab is strictly equal to the index as well, text of 600, else text of 600 as well. For the style, do know how we do that. Style, font family of Rubik Media. This is what went out right there. And because it says that anything showing yet, we are going to fix that in the bits. So what could be causing that not to show? Let's just check once again. Render tab. So we say to be making a mistake here. Let's just cut this and put this inside of this height of who, because this has to stay inside of the height of who. As you can see, we have both the overview and financials ranging right there. So to check our code base again, this is what we have to fix next or add. So after render task, I'm going to say the active tab is 0. Then render about the tab, and if the active tab is 1, render financials tab. Right. So at the top of our code, just underneath of this, we say const render overview. Right. So I'm going to say here his profile is true. Then just return, let's return a view, some activity indicator, The size is going to be large. Color is going to be just white. Add CET indicator. So import this from React. Let's just go up from React to so we're just going to have this here. So we already imported this activity indicator. So profile is loading. We don't have that yet. Let's quickly set that up. So let's fetch our stock profile data. Let me just copy this. Profile data. So this is going to be profile data is profile living. There is going to be stock ready. Symbol is going to still be there and have all right there. Query function is going to be fake or fetch rather stock include, which is once we're ready to create string as symbol. Then this is going to be assets profile. So do not fetch if the symbol is not available. So let's go back to our market API. Copy this, put it right here, and we are going to rename this to fetch stock break. Fetch stock break. So the parameters is going to change. First things first, we're going to have the secret here, which is going to be string. Then module, we're going to have assets profile. We're going to have summary detail. We're going to have the alt key statistics. So for this, instead of quick response, this is going to be stock modeling data. So quant is going to be a stock. There is going to be motives. Then tickers is going to be ticker and mode right. So we've done the same thing. We are done with our fetch stock module API. So let's head back here and just go to the top of our code. And let's import is right. And let's put this inside of a string. So this is what that looks like. And as you can see on the icon here, which shows that okay, profile is normal lobby. We already have our data. So just after this, with request profile is due to profile data.button. But we are going to return some interesting things. So first things first, let's return the view. And inside of this view, we're going to have a class name padding of 4. Then let's first render the company registration. Company registration, as you can see right there, this is what the company is about. So let's just render the company description. Right. So you'd say profile is profile dot long digit summary is true. Right. I want to render some important things. I want to post render view here. And the class name for this is going to be margin bottom of 4. So there will be a text right here. And this text is going to say about. Save that. Possibly undefined. So let's just add this here. we have our profile there. Class name is going to be text large, font or bold, text white. Then after this, we need to copy all of this. Let's copy this as well. Let's put this right here. Text of white, not font of bold, but text of white. And let's just remove this as well. Then font family big of medium. Then here we are just going to show full summary, or profile but learn business summary of the length. It is less than 250, less than or equal to 250. Then we're going to have profile.long business summary. Else, we are now going to have all of this inside of this. And we are going to create this off like this. So we are already going to show you 250 characters. This is basically what we're trying to achieve. So we can, instead of showing everything, the show more button is going to just hide or show all the main information, because the about is more than this. So this is what we have right here. Which you remove this. I'm going to remove this. And just have this looking like this. Then underneath of this, and we have profile dot log business summary, and with the length is greater than 250. Then I want to show pressable, but when you click it, it sets show full summary to the opposite of show full summary, and the class name clear is going to be Maggie top of one. And basically, I'm just going to show a text here that shows the full summary. I'm sure either show less or show more. And the text is going to be text rule of 400 and text of small. So show full summary. Let's just quickly quote that right over here. And that is what that would look like. It's just a boolean. And this is going to be profile of a long business summary. Right. So let me just remove this to create that error. And you should see the company materials earned from American. See the show button right here. You click it. Clicking it to show all the full information. Show less is going to truncate it. Right. So that's the first information right there. So after this, I'm going to show the company. The country, therefore, is supposed to be a view, and inside of this, you will need to have a class name, margin bottom of 4, but the text is going to be company vehicle, just something basic like this, and for the style as well, we need to change this to bold. Okay, so we are shipping things up. So I'm going to add a key here. So inside of this view, I'm going to have a class name. I'm going to have a fence of row. I'm going to have BG of white. Rounded of large. Hobby of 4. Shadow of small. So I'm going to show you in the profile with sector is true. Then I'm going to show you, and we're going to have a text right here. As this sector in this class name, flex row, item of center, or just justify between rather. justify between primary YF2, border B or 100. Then for the sector, class D is just going to be text square of 600. For the star as well, font, that's repeat bold. So that is going to show. And also, I would have unmarked text right here. Here's going to see profile the sector. The style was going to be here. Save that. And also, let me just justify between right here so that this space out equally, just like we have it right here. So next thing I'm going to do is copy this, put it right here again. So instead of profile the sector, I'm going to put profile those industrial, right? So this is going to say industry, and this is going to say profile that industry. You're going to see the next right here. Copy this again. Put it right here. Instead of industry, I'm going to full-time employees. Then here I'm going to literally full-time employees dot to local string. Save that. I should have 1, 2, 1. You should have 120,000 full-time employees right there. Copy these, and also I'm going to have websites. Then I'm going to extend this by adding place right there. So this is basically what I'm going to add. So save that, you see their website as well, www.alibaba.com. So the copy info is set up, and I have this key executive part. So let me just minimize this. Let me this is a second officers. I'm going to have it here, and I'm only going to render this if profile there's contrib officers is true, and also if profile this company officer's length is greater than 0. That is only now I want to render this here right here. Okay, so let me read this. So for this D, I'm going to add a class name of margin bottom of 4. Then I'm going to have the text right here, as you can guess. I'm going to have key executive, save that. So this should show because on the Baba company there's now some key officers, and underneath of these I'm going to have key as well. And I'm right here to see a profile dot company officers. Let's mark over it. I'm going to have E here. So I'm going to have profile dot company officers dot map. Then inside of the map is where I'm going to have the officer and the index, right? So on the list of these, which are of view, and I'm going to case this up right here. So inside of these, I'm going to add a class name, which is going to create like this. Adding I have 2. And also with the index profile dot company officers the 10th miles 1. Then which is border bottom, border view of 100. And this what is missing right here? I believe something's missing right here. So let me just read this. profile.company.sales.map, and officer with our function. So let's see. Okay, let's build this graph then and see this. So she says analyze right there for now. So the first thing here is going to be text. This text is officer.name. This is going to say class name. It's going to be text of large. The style is going to be rubric medium. Save that. Then I can also say text of white. Let me see what that looks like. This is what we want to achieve. Not this to have a different background, by the way. So let's start of just name, e.g. white, rounded large, value for shadow of small. Then we do not need to add this anymore. Save that and should ship out. Let's see that once again. And boot our app. Let's go into Baba. And we should see what the key executives look like. Each children should have a key, no issues at all. So I'm just going to add back here and say the key is going to be the index. So that error should not come up again. Right, so we're almost ground. So these are these men. All you have to do is just render this part. So after this, copy this. So this is going to be officer.title. So maybe just put text gray 500. Save that. See, this is the C right there. Then I'm going to have the officer.total pay. I want to get their total pay as well. The total pay is true. Then just have a text here that says officer.total pay.apt. Let's be say total pay. It's going to be officer.total pay.fmt. Alright, since they don't have total pay, you can't see that. And let me just have this right here. So ladies and gentlemen, our UI is complete. All we have to do is just read at this button right here, and whenever you click it, it takes to a different screen. So that is the next challenge that we're going to implement. So just minimize all of this. Render overview tab. So for this, I'm just going to just clean up for now. I don't know if that's to show for now. So under the linear gradient, here I'm going to have the floating action 40 or button bar. So I'm going to have a pressable here, and this pressable is going to have an unpressed right here. What is unpressed is this RE at KI. The class name going to be absolute. Z of 99. Button of 6. Width of 90. UG bill of 600. Branded of full. Items of center. Justify of center. So I'm just going to have another view right here, and I need to have an image. This view is going to have a class name of width of 10, height of 10, margin right of 2. So for the image, then just import it right away. Just import image from Expo PH. And what are we going to render in this PH? Our logo. right? So the source is going to be require asset e.png. The placeholder is going to be glob hash. Let's import that right away. Import pure hash from this particular part. So what else? Now to have our style, right? Let's have our style here. So the style is going to be tx of 1, width of 100, height of 100, without erase of 40, border or background color of 100. So let's save that. Let's see. So it says this doesn't exist. Let me cleanse this out for now. So let me just click on Baba. You can see it right there, almost ready. Right. And let me just check this. Justify shadow of large. Then flex of O. I'm padding X of 4. Save that. And also have our height of 14 right here. So one more thing, let's have our texts. Let's have our text right here. I'm going to add Sage AI about. Then I'll be to pass symbol into it. Save that. I'm going to remove this. Close this. Put it right here. So that they can do a nice spacing right there. And this our text is now centered properly. So let's fix that as well. And to center that, let's just put items or center. So that should center our text. For the styling of the text, really good style. Font medium, the text white, text large. So this is what our button currently looks like, ladies and gentlemen. So we have this commented out before. I'm just going to comment it, and I'm going to create a function at the top of my code right here, and I'm going to say const undo at API. It's going to be an arrow function, just like this. And I first want to format the current stock data for, the AI context, right? Because whenever we click on something, we have to store it first, right? So we are going to have an if statement here that says if quote data, dot body, and if the first data there, right, is true, and if the processed charts data dot length is greater than 0, right? Want to now create a variable called stock context, and we're going to assign this to format stock for AI. Right, we want to format the stock so that we can send it to this screen right here. Right, we want to make sure that any information we're passing from here to this screen is formatted properly. So we are going to put this like this, and inside of this, let me bring this up. I would say symbol is one of the first data we are passing. Last save, which is going to be all small letter, and the value that will be here is going to be process chart data, and I'm going to have processed the same process chart data dot let -1. Then I'm going to have dot value dot to string right here, which is a method that we have to use like that. Then the next change is going to be processed data dot change dot to string, just like this. Then I'm going to have pct change Let me go back and put this right here. So it's going to be price change data dot percent change just to fixed, not to string rather, just to fixed into 2 decimal places. Then I'm going to add a percentage right here. Then the name is going to be quotes data dot body quotes data. Then the first data inside of that body dot loan me, right? Then after this, I'm going to have profile data dot body, right? Then having done that, then I'm going here to set my context to be stock context. All right. Okay, there's a typo here. This is just going to set context. We are still going to create this stock and also this for marks stock for AI. All right. So first things first, let's go to our OTUs. Let's create a new folder. Let's call this. Let's go to the bottom and let's call this folder OTUs, right? Then inside of this, I'm going to create a new file. I'm going to call this AI service.ts, which is TypeScript. Then inside of here, I'm going to create an helper function to format stock data for AI, right? So export function format stock for AI. Then this is going to definitely look like this. Inside of this, it's going to take in 2 important parameters: the stack data, right, which is going to be MN. Let's just put that for now. That the profile data, which is going to be any as well. But for this, I want to have it typed like stock context. So right inside of this, we're going to create this. We're going to create that enemy from now. I'm going to return some important things. Inside of this, I'm going to say the symbol is the first thing I want to return, and it's going to be stock data.symbol. The current price, I'm going to pass float. I want to pass that data, right? It's going to be stock data dot last sale, right? But I'm not going to replace or pass a replace method there and have the dollar symbol right there, and also have an empty string. Then I'm going to have a fallback here of just 0, right? Then I want to have the percent change. The percent change, is this correct? When you see pass float, right, stock data.pct change, then replace, then the same thing. All right, then right here, let me just copy all of this. Let me put this here as well, but this is going to just be change. All right, pass float stock data dot. This is going to be net change. All right, then this is not going to have all of this. It's just going to look like this. Then I want to have the company name. This is going to be profile data dot name, not long name. Or let's have long name here to be as the fallback. Then this is going to be just profile data or stock data dot name. All right, and this is going to be company name. So after this, we are going to have the sector. It's going to be profile data dot sector. I'm going to remove this. Then industry is going to be profile data dot industry. The market cap is going to be profile or stock data rather. Stock data dot market cap. Then the summary is going to be profile data dot long business summary. Then I'm going to now slice it, right, so that it only shows a specific character. Then this is going to be just dots to truncate the long business summary. So I believe we're good. We have the symbol, current price, the change, ascent change, company name, sector, industry, market cap, and summary. And we have stock data.name for year, stock data.market cap for year, stock data.net change, the last sale. And I believe we are good to go. So for this stock context, I'm just going to quickly put the type here. I'm just going to see export interface stock context. Just going to use what AI suggested here and see if I can change anything. Symbol is string, current price is number, change is number, percent change is number, company name is string, sector is string, which is not quite important, right? Industry 2 is optional. The market cap, string, volume. Let me have volume here. Volume to be of number, not string. All right. Volume, summary. Yes. So we have our format stock here ready. All we have to do is head back to our code right here. Then we are going to say import then format stock for AI from // which use AI samples, and that should fix that first. Where do we have this? Let's minimize this. This should fix for this, all right? And the next thing we want to do is create this store, right? To store the context. So at the top of my code right here, let me just bring this here. I'm just going to say costs, set contexts, and this is going to look like this. Use chart store. All right, and this is what that would look like. So we don't have that created yet, but at least this should be removed for now. So to have this created, let's minimize everything. Inside of my app, I don't have a store folder, so I'm just going to create a folder called store. And right here, I'm going to create a chart store .ts. All right. Then inside of this, I'm going to see export const use chart store, and this is going to be create. And let me just have this looking like this. All right, so it's going to be another function like this. And where is this create coming from? It's basically coming from import create from toStand. So this error should first disappear. All right, so it's going to have a set and a kit. All right, so inside of this, don't worry, we are definitely going to fix this type really soon. So first things first, let's have our message right here, which is going to be an empty array, where we are going to have is loading, which is going to be false by default, and the current context is going to be of undefined, right? We are going to have a method here called add message. Add message is going to have an arrow function like this. I was going to say const new message, the chat message, right? Spread all the message first, right? Then not message channel, message, and where is this message going to come from? Here, right? So I'm going to have an ID, and this is going to be date, dot now, and to string, then clause math.random dot to string 36, then dot substring to my. All right. Then timestamp. Okay. Comma. Timestamp. Timestamp is going to be just negate with new dates. Cool stuff. So moving on, I'm going to have set, which is also going to be of arrow function, like this. Then the set is going to be of states. I believe there's a typo here. Let me just quickly add this. So messages. Then I'm going to spread the state.messages, comma, new message. So we have a big typo here. That is why all these errors are popping up. So let's cut all of this. And let's just have just one more bracket here and paste back our code. We have to put one more stuff right here, one more bracket. And yes, save that should format properly. Right. So we've added the add message method to add message. Then set loading is just going to be of an arrow function, right? Then I'm going to say set. Then I'm going to set is loading to the value of loading. Load in. Right. And where is this loading coming from? As you can guess, it's coming from here. Loading. Cool stuff. Is this lowercase? Yes, it is. Then I want to now set context. Right. Let's see. Context, then set current context is also assigned to context. All right. So care chat, right, is going to be an arrow function as well. Set then messages to an empty array, then current context to be undefined. So we are resetting the chat if we click on the clear chat. Then also an important thing I want to have here is mark typing completed, right? And this is going to have message ID, an arrow function as well. Then I'm going to have a set here that says what? All right. So first things first, I'm going to have a split here as the parameters. Then I'm going to say messages state.messages.map. So I'm going to put in an arrow function inside of this, where this is doing the message msg. I just up that, and like this, I'm going to see message.id is strictly equal to message ID. Then we are going to spread all the message and also set, not is typing, but typing completed. I'm going to set it to true. Then that's to message. All right. So I believe the marking typing completed, then also send message method, which is the last thing here, where it's going to be an asynchronous, and I'm just going to have this like this. So the first parameter I'm going to have here is going to be content by contexts. Both of these guys, I want to add the user message. Usually they click on send message. It's going to be called user message, and this is going to be the type of chat message. Then I'm going to have the role. The role is going to be a user context. Stop context is going to context or state.current context. ID is going to be date.mal. Then to string
It's going to be equal smart.random.toString 36 substring 2 to 9. Timestamp, as you can guess, is just going to be node it. Alright. So just after this, let me say this. So it seems there's an error somewhere. Then we are going to have a try and catch right here to catch whatever error that might occur. Alright. So in the try, we are just going to say const updated states. Updated state is just going to be a get, right? Their first test was have to prepare conversation history for contexts. So this is going to be const conversation history. This is going to be updated state dot messages. This is going to be dot slice, and it's going to be just -6. That is last 3 exchanges, which is 6 messages. So dot map, and this map is going to have a function inside of it. Then the row message.row as user or assistant, right? Then context is going to be message.content. So save that. These are shipping up very quick. So this is going to be conversation history. Then after this, we are going to now send requests to AI service. It's going to be const AI response, which is going to be await send AI requests, and this is going to be user message. This is going to be content, comma, stock context. It's going to be contexts. Then fall back to states dot point context, right? Then we have conversation history right there. All right, we're here to create this same AI request. All right, so after this, we are going to have add AI response. All right, so we're going to have const assistant message. It's going to be chat message type. The role is going to be assistant. The content is going to be AI response. AI response get usage. Let's bring this up. In stock context is into the context state dot current context. The ID is going to be this dot noun dot string, then it's timestamp as well, right? Then finally, right here, we're going to have set. Let's just set this right here. So set the previous state messages, previous state of message dot assistant message is leading to going to be false. Then for the catch, we are just going to say console dot error is going to be error sending AI message. All right, so we are now going to say add error message, and this is going to say const error
message. It's going to be also chat message, by the way. So the role is going to be assistant. Role of assistant. Content is going to be I'm sorry, I encountered an error processing your requests. Please try again later. Now that have this, I'm going to see this analysis. Let me just add this here. Analysis is for educational purposes only and should not be considered as financial advice. Then moving on, let's just bring this back. Then right here, I'm going to see ID, which is date.mal does to stream plus map.random does to stream 36 substring 2 to 9. And finally, we're going to timestamp is going to be new date. And just after this, I'm going to have set previous date, just like what we had before. And let's save that. We encountered an error right here. So where do we have the error? Let's see. We have our catch here. I'm just going to add to create the type for this, just like we did for the code earlier. So let me just create a new folder called types. And this is not going to be here. It's outside. So it should be on its own like this. I'm going to call this charts.tx or ts rather. And this is where I'm going to have all my type. Right, it's a lot of type. Like I said, I don't want to be creating this one by one. So I'm just going to copy and paste it right here. So this is going to look like this. So we have our export interface chat message. This is what it looks like. And I'm just going to take this so that you can have it down. The interface for the stop context. The interface for the AI response. The interface for the chat store. The type for the AI analysis card. The interface for the market insights. The AI system prompt. And the financial disclaimer that this analysis is only for educational purposes. Then the suggestions, right? So this is what you're going to have. You can, write this out. I don't want to spend my time or waste my time putting out type alone, which is important right to you, but I'm just going to provide this in the description box below. So back to our AI service, the TX AI service. Let's minimize this, or back to our stop. So let's just import and let's just specify this. All right. Then also secondly, chat store. Right. So that fixed this error right here. Right. So we still have one more method to create right here. But looking at this, we still have one or two bugs right here. So I'm just going to say import send request from utils then AI service, right? So we have an error right here that says can't find this module. So let me just add this like this. And this method is missing from this AI service. And we are going to create that right away. So let's save that. I see they're still having an error right here. We already have our catch here. So that should fix that error. We already tagged it out. I don't know why that error, or how did cursor remove that part of our code. And one more thing right here is going to be our set states. And by the way, we already typed this out. So set with your states, and this is what that would look like. So that we have to return this error and display it right here as part of the message. All right. So our chart store is complete. All you have to do is just trace this AI service, which is going to be really, really comprehensive by the way, right? Because we need to set up everything to achieve this. All right. So I'm just going to head over to the send AI request. I'll create the comprehensive AI service so that whenever we click on this, it takes this information, takes it to the next screen. Then we can now process whatever information we're getting to let the AI decide, okay, do you want to analyze this stock? Do you want to talk about the risk, right, for this particular stock? So that is what we're going to focus on next. But let's see our AI service, no, our chart, then our symbol. So let's just import the use chart stock from here. So let's say import, or rather lowercase import use chart stock. So that should fix that error. As you can see, we don't have any error in our code again. So this might not work now, but at least we are close to setting some things up. Let's just click on this and let's see what happens. Nothing happens because we still have to set some things. We are here to implement the bottom. So let me just minimize this. Let me bring this up. So for the header, for the main header itself, let me bring this down. So we still have to implement R&D watch list press. So now when we click this, it performs something, right? So what we have to do, let's uncomment this. Then on top of our code, I'm going to first undo watch list pressed. You're going to get an arrow function like that. I'm going to say if is watched is true, right? Then remove stock. And which stock exactly? The particular symbol, which is particular stock. You know, the symbols are all these baba, which are quite of unique, right? All the stocks are unique. So if I go back here, this is the symbol, this is the symbol. They are all unique, right? So let me just click this. Then else, we're just going to add it. So add stock. Which particular stock? The particular stock we're getting from the code, right? So at the top of my code, I'm just going to say cost add stock or remove stock, and this comes from use watch list stock, right? So we still have to create that. So if we head into, let's just import this right away, or let's go to our store. Let's minimize everything. So where do you have our store? We have our store here. So this is stock. This is stock. Then let's watch list store.tx. Right. So here's our devs, man. Let's quickly place this store to add a particular stock to watch list of stuff. So this is going to be use watch list store. Let's start again. So to start with, export costs use watch list store is going to be create, and we are going to have a method here, watch, or a tag rather, right? So it's going to look like this. So let's just quickly import create from toStand. All right, and let's quickly create our type as well. So interface watch lists, And this is going to be the first parameter here is going to be of a string, an array of string. Add stock is going to be aka the stock as a parameter, the type is string, and it's a void. Remove stock as well is going to be stock as a parameter string, which is void or is a function. Is a watch list. So it's going to take the stock as a string, then it's going to pull your true or false. So that, let's see. Inside of this, I'm going to have our persist, right? So our persist is going to be set and get. We want to be able to set and get the values here. And also, the stocks is going to be an empty array. The add stock is going to be symbol, right? So we're going to have a variable here, current stocks. Let's bring this up. Current stocks is going to be get method dot stocks, right? So we're going to say if the current stocks is not true, all right, or it includes rather the particular symbol that we pass to it. Yes. So what do we do if the current stocks include that? So we are just going to say set stocks, then the current stocks and symbol. All right. So we have for the add stock already. Then for the remove stock, this is going to be symbol. Then we are going to say set, stocks, then get dot stocks dot filter. And we can definitely have this as stock or s. I like to keep things short. So s is strictly not equal to symbol. Let's filter that. Then I'm going to say is in watch list the symbol, then get dot stocks dot include the symbol. Right there. When we are done with this, we have a comma here. Then we are going to have name of this particular store. It's going to be store watch lists. Then the storage is going to be create JSON storage, and we're going to have async storage like this. So where do we get our async storage? Coming from, let's say, async storage is coming from React Native async storage / async storage. What else? We still have one more thing. We are going to say import persist and create JSON storage from toStand middleware. So what else? We have some squiggly lines here, which we have to solve. So let's check why this error is showing property stocks is missing. Let's check our types. Let's change this to stocks and voila. That fixed that error. So this is what that looks like. Our persist and add stock, remove stock is in watch lists. So our watch list store is complete. Let's close that. Symbol. Let's now import this. Let's import this right away. So that should remove this error. So we should be able to now click on this to whitelist or watch list a stock or remove it from stock. So save that. Let's now click on this. So if we check here, let's just console.log and say it's watch. So save that. I believe we still have to pass in the color. I think the color is correct. Star. Yes, that is correct. So let's just bring this up and let's see if things are actually being pressed. So bring this up. So if you click on this, so it seems nothing is being pressed. Let me just bring this down. So let's just, one more time, let's reload our app. Okay. So having put this, let's check, and it's saying false. So if you click on this again, let's see, it's saying false, right? And that is not the only thing you want to also add it to the store, right? So let's add the console.log here, add stock, and let's run here. So because it's false, right, it is to add the stock. All right, so let's click on this. So we've already added the stock of Baba, right? But it actually needs to change the color right away. So if the color is not being changed, then we have to check this is watched, which we already initially set as false, and which is not supposed to be so. We're supposed to be getting the is watch from somewhere else. So let's change this to is in watch list, and we're passing the symbol. So let's just head over here, and I believe that is inside of watch list. So let's just have this here. So is in watch list, is that the value is in watch lists? So let's put this here. So it has no exported member. Let's go back to watch list store, and we made a typo right here. So this is supposed to come from, let's cut this, and let's put this right here. Good stuff. Then we are going to bring this below this. Exactly. So because it's a method inside of the watch list store right here, so when we are bringing this in, we have to destructure all the methods, then assign this value to is watched. So if we save that, this color should change really soon, as you can see automatically. Let me click this again on my phone. So clicking it again will remove that particular stuff. If I go back and head back into Baba, it is not watch listed. So if I go into ASML, it's not watch listed. If I click on it to be watch listed, go back, go into it again, you can see that stock is watch listed, right? So the next thing we'll do, as you can guess, is render all our watch listed stocks so that we can render it right here for the user to see which stocks they actually watch listed, right? So let me head back right here on my phone. So right here on my phone, let me go back on the Baba stock. Let me click on this, right? Let me check another stuff right here. Let me check this guy. Let me click on this, right? So I've watch listed 3 stocks. All I have to do is go to my watch list right here and render everything relating to the stock that I watch listed, right? So that's the next UI that we're going to implement. So to begin with, let's just minimize this. Let's close all of these tabs so that we do not have all of these. Let me minimize this. There's something that we still need to copy here. So we're going to copy all of these. But let me just first pop this open. Minimize everything inside of my app. Inside of tabs, I'm going to create, okay, I already have it created yet. I already created that. So as you can guess, the background, nice background. We are going to head back into our symbol, copy all of this, ladies and gentlemen, and replace that with this. And let's just now let's import this. So import, we are going to import linear gradients from Expo linear gradients, and the status bar as well. The status bar from React Native. So if you save that, you should see something here. But if you don't, that means that we still have to, do one more thing, which, as you can guess, have a view.
with the height of full. So I'm just going to cut all of this. I'm going to put this right here. So save that. You should have that there. Let me add a width of full as well. That doesn't show it. Width of full. So let me remove this item center. So that is filled. Let me remove this as well. Item. Okay, I can leave that item centered. Right. So for this, so let's forge ahead and let's put this guy right here. So first things first, I'm going to say padding top of 16 and padding X is going to be 4. So right here, let me just remove this guy here. I'm going to say if stocks dot length, if stocks dot length is strictly equal to 0, right? You know what we're going to render? Else we're going to render something else, right? So if our stocks, let's just create a variable called stocks, which is what we've already set before. All we have to do is just import watch list store from store watch list store, right? So if this stock is empty, we have to show something, right? Let me remove this and see if that should fix our error. All right, so inside of this, if it's empty, ladies and gentlemen, you know what we're going to render. We're going to have a view here. Let me copy this as well. Let me put this here. So that squiggly line error first disappears. We're going to have a text here. If text is going to say your watch list is empty, voila, like that. So class name for this is going to be flex of 1, item center, justify center, and also padding of 4. Save that. And that would likely not show because we do definitely have some stocks watch listed. So class name is going to be text of large, font of bold, margin bottom of 2, text of white. So after that, we are also going to have another text. So copy this, bring this down, put this right here, and this is basically going to say add stocks to your watch list to get started, right? Basically what AI suggested, we're going to use that. So text is going to be of small, font is going to be of bold, margin bottom is going to not be there, and font medium is what we are going to have here. Text white as well. But if our stock is not empty, that we have already watch listed some stocks, so we have to render some things, right? So right here, I'm just going to say text, and I'm going to say watch lists, and the watch list is going to be what? Stocks dot length. Save that. You should see the amount of stocks with watch listed there. Let's just add a class name and put this like this. So let's just use what AI suggested. As you can see, we have 3 watch listed stocks, right? While in my home, if I head back to Baba, I believe we watch listed Baba. Currently now we have 3 stocks, watch listed. If I go back to Baba and remove that from the watch list and head back to my watch list, that is going to change to 2. That shows that our stock that we watch listed is working. So let's click on get started. So if I click on GE, you can see this stock has not been watch listed. Let's watch list it. That should be 3. If I click on SAP, click on this, that should be 4, right? If I click on PG, watch list this, that should be 5. So if I go back to my watch list, you can see 5 stocks has been watch listed. All we have to do is render all the entire 5 stocks, right? So to begin with, inside of this, I'm going to have a scroll view right here, and inside of this, I'm going to render shows vertical scroll indicator. I don't want to show the indicator.
that should be false. Then content container style, I'm going to have padding bottom of 200. Let's just quickly go and import that. So let's have our scroll view, and that should look like that. So first things first, let's have this nice card right here. So just underneath of this, I'm going to say view, right? This view, I'm going to call this class name, not a class. Margin bottom of 4, VG white, then divided that by 40, or rather 10, rounded of large of XL, padding of 4, border white over 20. All right. So the text, right, is going to say get comprehensive AI analysis of your entire watch lists, including diversification, risk assessments, and market outlook. All right, save that. We should see something showing right away, but we still have to style it, ladies and gentlemen. The class name, let's have text white, but by 80, text small, margin bottom of 4. Save that. You should see something right there. And as we always do, the style font family is going to be Rupic, regular. Save that. That will give it a nice looking shape. Almost there. Let's have this big guy right here. So let's have our touchable opacity. It's going to look like this. Let's import that from React Native like this. Touchable opacity. So inside of this, I'm going to have class name, right? BG purple of 600, rounded of large, padding X of 4, padding Y of 3, flex of row, items, center, justify of center. And when we press this, what do we want to do? We want to basically, undo, analyze, not watch lists, but portfolio. Okay, portfolio, which we don't have created yet. Let's quickly create that. I'm going to say const undo watch list portfolio. Just going to create a console.log here that says analyze portfolio for now, right? So moving on, I'm going to have a text right here, a text that says analyze my portfolio, analyze portfolio. Let's save that and let's see what that's looking like. You can see right there, but it seems our purple color is not quite showing yet. So let's have our styling here, class name, right? Text of white, text of small, margin left of 2. Why? Because we want to have an image before that. So our style is going to be font family of Rubik bold. Cool stuff. So our color has already shown. Good. I don't know why that's delayed, but let me just global search our image. Let me have blur ash. You can find that right here. So our image, I'm going to copy all of this. Copy this right inside of our index.csx. Close this. Then inside of this, I'm going to have a view. and put this right here. All right, we don't have those things imported yet. Let's go up. Let's import flow art from index and also image from Expo image. Cool stuffs. So that error should disappear. Let's have a class name here, and this class name is going to be width of 10, height of 10, margin right of 2. Save that. You should have our nice looking logo right there. So that completes this first section. Let's render our stock right away. So this is the first part of things inside of our scroll view. Then I'm going to use a flat lists. This is coming from React Native, by the way, and this is going to be a self-closing one. So I'm going to say shows vertical scroll indicator to be false. Nested scroll enable is going to be true. Scroll enabled is going to be a false because we can't have two scrolling views. First, we have this scroll view, right? We're also going to now render this. We don't want to have this scrolling separately. That is why we have to disable this. Scroll enable is disabled. Data is going to be coming from stocks, right? Render item. This is going to be coming from render item component which we are here to create. Key extractor is basically going to be an arrow function. This is item, but let's pass item right here as well. Cool stuff. Now let's go and create this, and I believe that should wrap up our code after we create that component. So ladies and gentlemen, brace of this is going to be a long one. So const render item, this is going to look like this, an arrow function just like this. So inside of here, I want to pass in the item, which is going to be assigned to symbol, right? And also we are going to have item to be string, right? So inside of this, I'm going to say const quotes. I want to refactor some things. The quote is just going to be quotes, dot body dot find. And what are we finding? It's going to be an arrow function. So we're going to pass q here, and this is going to be q dot symbol, and it is strictly equal to the symbol. All right. So where is the quote coming from? That is because at the top here we have to actually set up our Tanstack query. So the data is going to be quotes, right? And this is going to be comma is pending is going to be equal to, or going to be is loading quotes, right? So use query, let's quickly bring that up. Import use query from Tanstack query. So inside of this is where we're going to say query key. We've already done this before, so let's not waste our time rewriting things again. So this is just going to be watch this quotes, and we're going to pass stop there as a parameter to fetch that particular stock. So we're going to have this here, and enabled, we should only enable this if the stop dot length is greater than 0. Okay, and refetch interval, right? Once it should be every 30 seconds that will refetch the stocks, because things change every now and then. What you're seeing now, in the next 20 minutes, in the next 20 seconds, 30 seconds, the stock would have changed. You don't want to be showing stale data, right? So $162 in the next 30 seconds, it can be 165, right? So every 30 seconds, we want to be refetching that data, and we don't have this yet. We don't have this imported yet. So at the top of our code, let's say imports fetch stock quotes from the market API. And because we've created that in our previous, code, fetch stop quotes, which is this guy right here, we don't need to write the code again, right? So let's just go ahead with things. So this quote Naira has disappeared. So after this, we're going to say const change. It's going to be assigned to quotes, dot regular markets, else fall back to 0. So const is positive, is going to be change if change is greater or equal to 0. That's when we want to store the positive value. So const is okay. Const is pre-markets, right? This is going to be market state is strictly equal to just pre. All right. So const, as you can guess, post market is going to be quote.market state is strictly equal to post, right? So let me just put a comma here. So this is not a comma. This should be looking like this. This should be looking like this. All right. So these values are set already, right? So moving on, I'm now going to say const if the current state or current price rather, creating a variable of current price, and I'm going to say if is pre-market is true, then use quotes dot pre-market price, right? So that's one. Let me set this like this so that it makes sense, right? So I believe this is even correct. So if pre-market is true, use quote pre-market. Else, if it's post-market is true, use quote dot post-market price. Else, just fall back to quote dot regular market price. I want to have the same thing. Create a variable called current change. Is going to be if pre-market is true, then quote dot pre-market change, then also else fall back to its post-market, then same thing, if quote dot post-market is true, then just render regular market change. That is what I want there. Moving on, I'm going to say const current percent change. So if it's pre-market, you can guess what we're going to have here. Quote dot pre-market change percent, then is post-market, quote dot post-market percent, then quote dot regular market change percent. Ladies and gentlemen, we have one of these values sets. All right. So with every function that you create, you have to return. You have to return something, right? And here I'm going to render a view. All right. So this view is going to be called class name. Class name is going to be margin bottom of 2, rounded of large, overflow of hidden. Cool stuff. So save that. You should have no error right there. Moving on, I want to have a view right here, and this view is going to be called class name, background of white, right, and padding of 4. Inside of this, I want to have a view, and this view is going to say class name. It's going to be flex of row, justify of between items or center. I'm also going to have another view here, so that when we click it, let's just say this AI analysis, and now this is button right here, which is this big guy right here. All right. So because we have 5 stocks watch listed, that's why it's rendering 5 items, right? So moving on inside of this view, I'm going to have two views, and the first one is just going to be class name flex of 1, right? And right inside of this view, I'm just going to have effects of symbol. Save that. You have all of the stock symbol right there. Let's style that. Class name is going to be what? Text of this. Then, as you can guess, our style is going to be Rubik bold. So that should change that right away. So I'm going to have another text right here, but this is going to say quote.short name. If that is true, else just have a fallback of quote.long name, else just have the symbol, right? So if you save that, you see that right away, but the styling is a little bit different. So this is going to be small, this is going to be text gray or 600, and instead of bold, we are going to have this as medium. Save that. So that should look like that, and let's copy this again, put this right here. So remove all of this. So it should be quote dot full exchange name, right? So just save that, and you can see NASDAQ right there. As you can see, these guys. So the color is going to be different. This is going to be 400. This is going to be XS, and this is going to be medium. And yes, so full exchange name. So let me see if that should be unique. NYC. Okay, that's still correct because I can see some duplicate here. Just to confirm things are the way they are supposed to be. So this view here, minimize this guy here. So because we want to render these guys too, let's have another view there. And this view, I'm going to say class name is going to be items of end. All right. So texts, we want to have a dollar sign here and call this current price, but we have to convert it to 2 decimal places. If that is not true, we need to have a fallback, right, that just says 0.00, right? So save that. You see something right there. So for our styling, we should have class name, and the class name should be text of this. As you can guess, our style Rubik bold, that should pop out really good. So I'm just going to copy all of this. I'm going to bring this right here. So for this, it's not going to be current price, right? Let me just remove all of this. Let's start afresh because this is kind of tricky, and that is because if it is positive, there's a gain, show green, there's a loss, you show red. So to start with, we are going to have a class name here, right? And we're going to have something like this. So if we're going to first have text of small looking like that, then our dollar sign is going to be if it's positive. If positive is true, then text green 500, else text red of 500. All right. So for the style as well, the style is not just going to be okay, it's going to be Rubik medium, but semi bold rather. semi-bold. So first things first, if it's positive, then I want to show plus, else show negative. So we save that first. We should see plus, minus, 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 minus. Cool stuffs. So current change, I want to set it to 2 decimal places, else fall back to 0.00. Save that. Then I'm going to have current change percent. I'm going to set it to fixed as well, fall back to 0.00. And it seems we missed out something. Let's just copy all of this and let's change this to this. Save that. Should have a value there. All right, so before leaving here, I'm just going to have this into brackets like this. So that shows that it's in the brackets, and let me just have that here so that there's a space or a gap there. Then I'm going to have if is pre-markets, or if these guys are true, post markets. If any of these guys are true, then what do I want to do? I want to render effects. Okay. I want to render the text like that. So if is pre-market, right, they are going to show what? We're going to show the text of free. Else, you are going to show the market of posts. They're not going to have market here. Remove that. So class name is going to be fixed of XS, fixed of grade 400. So ladies and gentlemen, save that. And we have pre there, we have pre here. And we can even change this to text of white or text of gray 800. Right, so that is what that should look like. And I can even just cut this, right, then have my own text here. I'll put this right here, so it looks like it is true, right? For the styling, let me just copy this. Let me put this right here. Right, so if it is a pre-market, they're going to show this color, else show this other color. Right, so everything is pre, that is why it is showing green. And yes, we are close to wrapping up. We are done with this first part. This should conclude our watch list screen. Right, so let me just EG whites, and I believe we need to have rounded of large. Let me save that, and that should give that a nice look. So for this guy right here, right, so we are going to we have a class name here, margin top of 3, padding top of 3, border T, border ring of 100. Then we are going to have a touchable opacity right here. Let me just have that like that. I'm going to explain what that is in a bit. So touchable opacity, class name is going to be PG blue or PG purple, or should I leave this as purple? Let me just leave it as blue because I don't want that to be too prominent. PG blue of 50. I'm going to have border, then border blue of 200, rounded of large, padding X of 3, padding Y of 2. Let me just comment this out so that when we save it, we don't get an error. So that is what that should look like. So we are going to have the text of analyze stop. Let's just save this and see what that looks like for now. The text is going to be text of blue what 600, text of small, margin left of 2. You see that analyze stock right there. So the most important thing, it's our image right here. Let me just click on this 112. So if I check my image right here, let me just search this image. Just going to copy all of this, and I'm going to minimize this, take this up, then right here I want to have that nice logo as well. So just remove this, save this. You should have the nice logo right there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are close, or we are done with our watch list screen. And if we click on this, it's going to take this particular stock to the AI chart, which is what we want. But before that can happen, let's just uncomment this. Let's just turn this into an arrow function like this while passing the symbol. So whenever we click on a specific stock, right, we have to pass in the symbol so that we are passing a specific kind of value. So let's just quickly go copy this. We are done with all of this. Let's minimize this as well. Minimize this, then just above this I'm going to say const analyze stock, right? I'm going to say const quotes is going to be assigned to quotes.body.find the specific stock. Then if this is true, if a value here is true, that is, if the quote is true, then I'm going to say const stock or stock context, which is going to be coming from format. We're going to format the stock first, right? And what am I going to pass there? I'm going to pass in some values right here. I'm going to pass in the symbol. Last sale is going to be regular market price dot to string, else have a default value there or a fallback value there. Net change is going to be quote.regular market dot to string as well. Market change, market price, right? Those are the two values there. Then PCT change is going to be quote.regular market change percent dot to, not string, dot to fixed, right? And fixed into 2 decimal places, add the percentage, else fall back to 0, right? Then the name of the particular stock is going to be quote dot long name. All right, so what is this error? Expect to argument but got 1. So just after this, I'm just going to say undefined. That should relax that. So the stop context, I still have to come down here and set context to this stop context, right? Then after you set that, you can now guess. We now have to push that right to, we can now pass that to tabs, right? And the tab is going to be inside of a bracket like this to AI charts. So we are taking the particular stop to this AI chart screen. We don't have these two guys imported yet. So right here, I'm just going to say import router from Expo router, then import use chart from, store chart right there, or you can basically just say dot slash. We are yet to use this. We have to use this right here. So I'm going to say const set context is going to be use chart store. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are almost done. I believe we're almost done. If you save this, fingers crossed, there's no error. All right, so there's no error with that, but we are not getting anything right here. Let me just go back, come back to this, and it says we're not getting our stock value. So we are faced with an error, status code 429, which definitely shows that we have maximized our API call, right? And what do I need to do next? I have to, pay for the premium, right? But while waiting for that, I still have to implement something, because in our initial demo, we're able to swipe right and we have a delete icon right there, right? So that is what I'm going to implement right now. So in my return statement for the render item right here, after this view, I'm going to have a swipe able right there. So just cut this and put this right here. And inside of this, I'm going to have render right actions, right? Render right actions. And this is going to be render right actions. I'm going to pass in the particular symbol, which is the particular stock that we want to delete, right? This is basically to delete all of that. So I believe we are set. All you have to do is just import this guy from, where is our React Native? Import this guy from swipeable. So all you have to do is come right here and say import swipeable from React Native gesture handler, right? And we can definitely just have that like that. So before we leave, we still have to, create this function, right? So at the top of our code, just below this, which say const render right actions, we're going to pass the symbol as a parameter right here. So I'm going to now return what? I'm going to return a touchable opacity. That's going to look like that, something like this. But instead of just text, I'm just going to pass in an ION icons. The trash is going to be of outline. Then this will have the following property. Class name is going to be bg red 500, justify of center, then items of center, width of 20. All right, so let me import the ION icons from Expo vector icons. So import ION icons from Expo vector icons. And yes, when we press this on press, what do I want to do? I want to create an arrow function, then remove stock by passing the particular symbol. Cool stuff. So let me go and bring in my remove and add. So right here, I'm going to say const stocks, then also remove stock, and this is coming from use watch list store, right? So I believe I already have this here. Let me just cut this, or let me just remove all of these rather. Can't have a duplicate there. All right, so this should be able to remove each of these stocks from our watch list. So if we save this, fingers crossed there's no error, right? So on this, if I swipe right, you can see what that looks like right now, but you still have to implement one or two things: width of 20, items of center, justify of center, background rate of 50 or 500. This is white, not red. Save that. If I just swipe entirely, you can see what that looks like right away. So I can even now extend it and say rounded or large. So you save that, and I say margin left of 2. You see what that looks like right away. So this is what that looks like. We can't swipe left. We can swipe right to delete the stock. If I click on that, it delete that particular stock. So let's say I go to PG right here, swipe right, click on delete, it removes PG from the list. So that is what we've just implemented. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, let's focus on the next part of things, which is our AI charts, right? So whenever we click on each of these guys, click on analyze stock, it's going to take this particular stock to this AI chart, and you can now prompt it with some things like, okay, analyze this particular stock for me, or what's the market sentiment and all of that, right? So that is the focus that we're going to move on to now. We are completely set up our watch list, right? Our watch list is ready and good to go. And ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the next screen right away. So moving on, I'm just going to let me copy some of these things here, because the UI is going to be similar to with this nice background, right? So we can definitely turn this into a reusable component, but that is not the focus today. Our focus is just learning how to use AI and all of that. So inside of my app, go to tabs, go to AI charts. To minimize this is where the magic for the AI is going to happen. So let me go back to my chart right here, then change some things here. So this will be AI chart screen. All right. So let me just export default function. Then I'm going to remove this, and I'm going to remove this. Export default function, default function AI chart screen. So I'm going to replace all of this with this. Then I'm going to a view here. Okay. So I'm just going to import status bar from React Native, and also linear gradient from Expo linear gradients. We can definitely cut this, comma, put this right here, remove all of this. All right, one more thing, pass in the linear gradients, and if we save this, we should have this AI chart background looking all good. So let's start with this big guy right here. So we can definitely remove this and say for the first guy, which is the header, right? So let's move up and let's say class name, right? Class name. This is going to be padding top of 16. All right. Padding bottom of 4. Padding text of 4. So inside of this, we are also going to have another view. And this view is basically going to say class name also, right? Flex of row items of center, then we do need to just first pass our text, right? Let's have a text here, and this text should say Sage AI. All right, we don't have that imported yet. Let's import that, save that. You see a text coming up right there. Let's style this properly. So after this, we are going to have a class name,
text of white and text of large. Save that. You should see that right away. Then tab, save this, Rubik bold. Alright. So just underneath of this, I'm going to say if current context is true, right? Then I'm going to pass in a text here that says analyzing, the current context dot symbol, right? Which is what we passed from the previous screen. The class name is going to be text white over 70 text of small. Then we are going to have style to be of Rubik medium. So all good. And let's just go ahead and bring in our context. So luckily for us, we've had that created already. Yes. So let me just bring that here and just come over here and say use chart store from this particular. So after that is set, let's bring our nice image right here. So just above this, I'm going to have the header text. Let me just bring this up. So I'm going to have a view there. And let me just check my watch lists and just copy, just copy all of this. Copy all of these, bring all of this here, and go to the top of my code. Then import Expo, then import Blur Hash as well. So that should wrap up this first section. So what next we want to do is implement this. So if I close this and just underneath of, let me just cut all of this, minimize this, bring this like this, and right here I see this is messages. Right, this is where I'm going to have a view, right, to store everything that is happening in this section right here. So I'm going to say I want to have a class name plex of 1. And I'm going to say if messages dot length is strictly equal to 0, then we are going to render something else. And where is messages going to come from? It's going to come from this guy right here. All right, so what am I going to render here? Let me just render a fragment here so that error disappears. So inside of this, I'm just going to render empty state right here. All right, so inside of this, I'm going to have a flat list. All right, and this flat list is going to have the following properties. So for the ref, it's going to be flat list ref. In fact, let me use all of these suggestions. For the ref, it's going to be flat list ref. Data is going to be messages. Render item is going to be render message. Key extractor is going to be this item and item.id. Class name, flex of 1, padding x of, and this. Show vertical scroll indicator to be false. Content container style, that is good as well. Then at the top of my code, I'm just going to import flat list. So this error should disappear in a bit, right? So we've already set this up. If the message is empty, we don't have any message, any prompting, the UI should look like this. But if it doesn't, then we have to render the prompt and the message the user is prompting AI, right? That makes sense, yes? So just underneath of this, I'm just going to say const render, const render empty states, and this is going to have a view. All right, so
class name for this is going to flex of 1, items of center, justify of center, padding x of 8. All right, so another view here to store the image, right? Let's just go back here, copy this and put this guy right here. So save that. We should have something here, and this is not going to just be 10, this is going to be 20, margin bottom of 4. Save that. And why is that all the way up? Let's check what we did wrong. So I believe we need to cut this and put this outside of this, so this can come down. That looks good. So minimize this. After this, we are going to have a text that says CHAI. As you can guess, the styling: text white, text large, style, rubric, bold. And let me change this to 2XL. Then text of center. All right, so that is what that looks like. So I want to have a text again. You know what? Let me just type it out one after the other. So I'm going to say, ask me, anything about stocks, market trends, or your investments portfolio. I'll provide educational insights to help you make informed decisions. Save that. You have that guy right here, but we still have to style it properly. So for the class name, we would have text white, then an opacity of that, text base, margin bottom of 8, leading of 6. Then, as you can guess, rubric regular. That is what that looks like. So the next thing is this section right here. Let me minimize this. So underneath of this, I'm going to have a view, right? And this view, let me scroll up. The class name is going to be BG White with an opacity of that, rounded XL, padding of 4, margin bottom of 6. And I'm going to have a text right here. It's going to say class name, right? It's going to be text of white, text of small, margin bottom of 3. Then I'm going to say try asking. Save that. That should look like that. Then we are going to have some set of things here. First things first, I'm going to have a class name space y of 2, right? So the text right is going to be should I buy Apple stock, right? So let's just put this inside a quote. Let's highlight everything, put this inside of a quote, and let's bullet this. Can we do that? Let's just bullet that like that. So class name for this is going to be text white of this opacity
then text small, right? So copy all of this, put it right here, and I'm going to just type same thing, right? What's happening with tech stocks? All right, stocks. Then with this, I'm going to say analyze my watch lists. Analyze my portfolio watch lists. Anyone works really. So this is what that would look like. And finally here, I'm going to have explain the recent market movements. So if you save that, you're going to have this guy right here, and we have to have this tag here which shows just for educational purposes only. You can decide to not have that. It's not a prerequisite, it's an elective, right? So I'm going to have the text here. It's going to say educational purposes only, not financial advice. All right, so class name is going to be text of the yellow 200, text of small, text of center. Then I'm going to have my style here to be not just rubric. It's going to be rubric medium, and I believe this is in the wrong category, and just cut this, put this right here. Then for this is going to be class name BG yellow, and this is going to be what, 500 divided by 20, then rounded of large, padding of 3, border, then border yellow, and also 30. So you save that, you're going to have this nice guy right here, but let's just cut all of. Is that supposed to be inside of that? It should be outside of that. So let me cut all of this guy. Put this guy right here. So it should be outside of that. Ladies and gentlemen, let me see if I can add an icon here. But anyway, just like that. The next thing we want to do is set up this area, right? So that we can pass in a particular prompt, send it, then we're going to have AI analyze everything. Cool stuffs. So let's forge ahead. So first things first, for this flat list ref, let's go to the top of our code. Let's bring this down and say const flat list ref. It's just going to be use ref, then flat lists. Then we are going to import flat lists, use ref from React, and flat lists just like this flat list. All right, that's the first part. Render message, we are going to go to the top of our code and say const render message. Right, this is going to look like an arrow function, or basically an arrow function. Inside of this, we are going to say item, right? Then item is just going to n. Let's just pass n for now. Then inside of this, we are going to now render a component called chat message, right? Chat message, and this is going to be a self-closing tag. It's going to take some props or parameters. Message as the first one, item, then on typing completes, right, is going to be assigned to undo
typing complete. And for this, we are going to come to the top of our code and say const handle typing complete. Let's have this like this. It's going to take the message ID as the parameters. Type is going to be of string. Then we are going to mark the particular message completed to prevent reanimation of what we are showing. That's going to make sense in a second. So I'm going to say mark typing completed, assign it to or pass the particular message type. And yes, so at the top right here, I'm going to bring in the marking typing completed. Cool stuffs. So moving on, we have to create this component, and this is basically done. Bring in this chat message component. So if I save this should probably throw an error, but okay, no errors. Let's head to our component, right? And let me create a new file called chat message.tsx, I believe. Yes. So I'm going to say export the import function chat message. All right. So I'm going to have a return statement right here, looking like this. So right inside of these props, I'm going to have message, just message like that. Then on typing complete, then I'm also going to pass another props here that says on suggestion press. Cool stuffs, right? And the type here, as you can guess, is going to be chat message props. Go to the top of my code and say interface. Nope. So at the top of my code, I'm going to say interface chat message props. I'm going to pass all of these. Basically, all of these, pass it as this. And this is going to be chat message type. So let's first pass in our view here. So at least we are showing, let's just show this and import view from React Native and also fix from React Native, and save this. Then we can go to our AI chat to bring this guy in and say import chat message from components chat message. And why is this throwing an error? Is missing. So we can definitely just say this is not required, so this error disappears. All right, so save this and we are almost there. So right underneath of this, we're going to say const is user, assign it to message dot row if it's strictly equal to user. Then const is assistant is going to be message dot row strictly equal to assistant. So the view here, we're going to have a class name, and I'm going to say put the backticks right here, margin bottom of 4. If it is user, item is going to be end. Else, if it is assistant, it's going to be item start. Basically, what I'm saying is when you're having your chat, right? So what I just did right here is basically saying if I'm the user, then show this on the right. If it's assistant, which is AI, show this on the left, right? This is basically what we're doing, and some of the styling that we're going to implement and achieve with these two guys right here. So this is what the prompting would look like, right? So we're going to have another view right here, and this view is going to say class name, right? Flex of row, items of stats. Let's bring this back. Items of stats. The maximum width you should have is 85%. Right? So save that. So I'm just going to remove this. And inside of this view, I'm going to say if his assistant is true, right? I'm basically going to just show an image, right? Just going to show an image. And this view first is going to be width of 8, height of 8, rounded of full, BG blue of 600, items center, justify center, margin right of 2, margin top of 1. So right here, I'm just going to copy and paste my image, copy all of these guys, put this right here. Then at the top of my code, import image from Expo image, blur hash from, this is not the right part, blur hash is going to come from index, right? So this is going to be app/index. All right, so save that, and let me have this as any for now. So this part as well, let me change it because the part is not correct. That should disappear in a bit. All right, so with assistant, let's just minimize that. So I also want to show a chat bubble. If you can check here, okay, the bubble is not showing here, but there's a bubble that shows when you prompt AI, so you can know that okay, something is actually happening. That bubble, let's implement that. So I'm going to say message bubble. I'm going to have a view here, and I'm going to say class name is going to look like this. Oops, class name, just like this. I'm going to have rounded 2xl, padding x of 4, padding y of 3, right? And also, if it's user, you are going to use BG blue of 600, and also rounded, border right, and medium. Then else BG whites, border gray, 200, rounded, border left, and that's medium as well. Save that. So inside of this view, I'm going to have the stock context badge, right? I'm going to say message dot stock context is true, then let's show a view here. All right, let's show a view here. Then we're going to have a class name here that says margin bottom of 2, flex of row, items of center. Save that. Then inside of this, I'm going to have IO and icons. So the name is going to be trending up. The size is going to be of 12. Close this up. The color is going to be unique. I'm going to say if user is true, then it's going to be white, else you're going to use a different color, which is going to be 6B7280. I'm going to have my texts, and I'm going to go to the top of my code, then React Native import text as well. Then right here, what do I want to show inside of these texts? I basically want to show something interesting, right? And say message. Okay, I already have one there. So message dot stock context dot symbol, right? Then I'm going to have this here, save this, and also I'm going to also have message dot stock context dot current price, then to fixed. All right, so this is basically what we're trying to show. This guy is right here. All right, this is what we're trying to show. So heading to creating the message content itself. So I'm going to say if assistant is true, right? If it's true, then I want to show something interesting. I'll show something else, right? Let me first pass in this fragment right here. If it's assistant, I'm going to pass in typing markdown, right? So this is going to take some props. Text is going to be message.content. Is user is going to be of is user. Then the speed is going to be what? 250. This is basically how the response is showing, right? On complete, which is basically this. So how all of this is showing, this component that is showing here is what we are building right here. So how part is going to show, we have to specify the speed and all of that. So on complete, on successful completion, let's pass an arrow function here that says on typing complete and pass message.id. To it, let's just pass that. Then is already completed, right? I'm going to say message.typing completed. We don't have this created yet, but we are going to create that in a bit. If it's not assistant, then I'm just going to pass the markdown. Let me just take this to the front. Self-closing, or rather, just pass in message.content. All right. So we're going to have a lot of styles here. So brace up for that. So for the body, we are going to say color. We're going to say if it is user, use this white color. Else, use 1F2937. Font family, rubric regular. Font size is going to be of 14. Line height is going to be of 20. Margin top is going to be of 0. The margin bottom is going to be of 0 as well. So after this body, we're going to have paragraph. This is all it takes, or what it takes to actually have the prompting and the response styling looking like this. So after the paragraph, we say the strong. Then we say font family is going to be rubric, not medium, but semi or bold. Then for strong as well, the color, if it is user, use white, else use this color. Then after the strong, I'm going to have M, like emphasis, right? So font family, rubric medium. Font style is going to be italic. Then the next one, I'm going to say code. If there's a code inline, right, then format it this way. First things first, background color. If it is user, you are going to use RGBA 25 25 25 0.2. Then also RGBA, this is going to be 0.1. So padding horizontal is going to be 4. Padding vertical is going to be of 2. Border radius is going to be of 4. Font family Rubik regular, and font size is going to be of 14. All right, almost done. Code block is going to be of background color. So if it is user, we are going to use this same opacity right here. Then this is going to be 0.05. So padding is going to be of 8. Border radius is going to be of 8 or 9. Margin vertical is going to be of 4. So for this, we're going to have timestamp, right? For the timestamp, which is going to look like something like this. We have a timestamp. We always have a timestamp just below every of this card. So we are going to have a text. Text. I'm going to say format time. And this is going to be message.timestamp. All right. We're going to still create that guy right there. Class name. We have class name to be, we're going to say text XS, margin top of 2. Then, if it is user, show text not of white, but of blue 100. Then text gray of 400. For the style, it's going to be just Rubik regular. So real quick, let's go to the top of our code and say const format time and say date is what we want to have here. Date, yes. We're going to have the return format distance to now. All right, we're going to pass in dates, right, and add suffix of true. And where are we going to get that? So import format distance to now from date fns. So we are getting, when we sent this prompt compared to the time now. So 2 minutes ago was when this was done, right? Once you prompt it, it will probably show a second ago, and after some hours it's going to show 1 hour ago, 3 hours ago, all of that, right? So let's just go back here, and okay, we have our format time ready. So finally, before we leave here, let me just save this. After this, I'm going to have user avatar. So I'm going to have a view here. We'll say class name. It's going to be what? Width of 8, height of 8, rounded of full, VG grade of 300, items of center, justify of center, margin left of 2, margin top of 1. All right, so for the avatar, I can definitely just pass in IO and icons. Just this icon right here, this guy right here. This is what I want to show. So for the name, it's going to be person, the size 16,
color, because we already, okay, we need to actually have all of this inside a conditional statement, right? So all of these guys going inside of here, so we do not have to pass this conditional statement. Okay, then this is just going to be 6B7380. Save that, and that should be what our chart screen should look like, right? So, but you only get to see this after you prompt, this section right here. We're yet to create this section for you to be able to prompt and show all of these guys, right? So for the markdown, let me minimize the style. It's like a lot. For the markdown and the typing markdown, we still have to create those guys, right? So for this particular markdown, let's basically go to the top of our code. It's coming from our component. I'm just going to say import markdown from React Native markdown display, right? So we do not have this component, doesn't exist. So I'm just going to click on this later, open a new terminal here. I'm going to run npm I'm going to install this package that we are using for the markdown. All right, so let's just reload our app once again. Let's head to PowerShell. Okay, let's delete this. So let's just clear this, start our server again. Let's minimize these, click on get started, then we can edge our AI charts and see what that looks like. So if you don't see anything showing right here, probably your network, like my road, it's quite obvious that it's network or the API has expired, right? You can see I've exhausted my API calls, right? So let's just focus on the AI for now. And after importing that, we still have one more thing to create, which is this typing markdown. So if we go inside the components, right, I'm going to just type typing markdown.tsx. So to start this component, I'm going to pass in export default function typing markdown. This is going to look like this, and what this component is basically going to do is, as you can see, the responses we're getting from the AI about the particular stock, they're just coming in natural text, and some of them have some signs like asterisks to tell the developer that okay, you need to actually format this text so that some of them look bold, some of them are pushed to the right or left, right, and some of them look like this. It is now our job to create this component so that the response we are getting, we can format it properly, right? So that is what this component is basically going to do for us. So some of the properties are text is user speed, which is going to be 30 by default. On complete, that is already completed, right? And this is going to be false by default. Then the type here, you have to type all of these properties. It's going to be typing markdown props, which we have to create at the top here. So we are going to say interface typing markdown props. Text is going to be of string. Is user is going to be of boolean. Speed, right, is going to be of number. On complete is going to be of what? Is going to be of void. Right, so let me just change that. Why is that? All right, which is optional by the way. So it's already completed. This is going to be a boolean. So to get this started, we are going to pass a view here, which we are going to import from React Native. Import view. Let's import text as well, even though we are here to use it from React Native. All right, so let's create some state to actually track things for us. So displayed text, set displayed text. This is going to be a use state, right? And this is going to say if it's already complete is true, right? Just passing a text, else just passing an empty string. All right, so that's the first state we are creating. We're going to say const is completed. The set is completed. Then this is going to be use state as well. Then this is going to say if it's already completed. Let's create a timeout ref, which is going to be assigned to use ref from React, and this is going to have undefined, and let's pass in the type as well. So that's the first. Then we're going to say type of, the type is what? It's going to be of timeout, right? Even before this, we are going to say return type. We're going to have this as this. Then this is going to be undefined. So let's just pass this. Okay, that is complete. So another variable here called index ref. This is going to be use ref. We're going to pass in 0 to it. So while that is set, let's save our code. So after this, we're just going to create a use effect, right? And this is going to look like this. And we're going to have an empty dependency for now. Okay, let's just pass this as AI suggested, right? So we're going to have all of these properties right here as well. So let me just go to the top of my code and bring in use effects. So right here, I'm going to say if is already completed is true, then I want to set the display text to text, then set is completed to false, then also now return the value, right? So save that. Then after this, just after this, I'm going to say I want to reset, state when text changes. All right. So this is going to be set display text to an empty string. Set is completed to false. Then index ref dot current is going to be set to 0. And we're now going to create another variable called type text. It's going to be an arrow function like this. So after this, I'm going to say if, just like we have it here, if index ref dot current is less than the text dot length, right? So I'm going to set display text, right? I'm going to set this to text dot slice, all right? Then index ref dot current plus 1. So index ref dot current will now be plus 1 equal to 1. That is to increment it. So here we're just going to say calculate relay based on speed, that is character character per second. All right. So after this, we are going to say const delay is going to be 1000 over speed. Then timeout ref dot current is going to be set timeout. Then inside of you are going to pass type text, then the delay. So this is all inside of the else statement. Then we need to have an else, right? Else is going to be set is completed to true. Then on complete is going to be just this. Save this, and we'll finish the first, So save that. Then after this, right here, after this, we are going to say timeout ref dot current. Then type text is going to be 100. Right? So let me see if we are not making any mistake right here. Okay. So after this, we are now going to return something important, right? So I'm now going to say if timeout ref.current is true, right? Just clear the timeout ref.current. These are all JavaScript. So let's just minimize all of this. Then after this, we're going to have another use effect, right? And this use effect is going to look like this. Not really what I want to pass inside of this. So this is just going to return. I'm going to say if timeout.ref.current, if timeout.ref.current is true, then just clear the timeout while passing the timeout ref.current. And we are just going to have an empty dependency right here. So I want to say show plain text with cursor while typing, right? So this is going to be if is completed is not true, right? If it's not true, then I'm just going to return a text that says just display the text. And the text, let me pass a style, right? The style is going to be text style. And where is this text style coming from? We're going to say const text style. Inside of there, I'm going to say color is going to be, if it is user, then white. Else, just use, I think this color works as well, right? So font family is going to be Rubik regular. Font size is going to be of 14. Line height is going to be of 20 as well. So let me just remove this margin top and all of this. So to the top of our code, let's bring in text. So this error disappears. So to the main big guy itself, we are going to say, let me bring in, we'll say markdown, right? Which is going to be a component like this. And it does take some important parameters, right? So let's bring in markdown real quick. Import markdown from React Native Markdown display. All right, so just inside of this, or just here rather, I just want to pass the text, right? Save that. Then the styles, which are quite important. So I'm going to say body, right? I'm going to spread the text style, margin top is going to be of 0, margin bottom is going to be of 0 as well. And I can even just use all of these suggestions from AI, and I can definitely remove them. So this paragraph is going to be margin top of 0, margin bottom of 0. The strong is going to be Rubik semi-bold, white. This looks good. So for the emphasis, font family is going to be Rubik medium. This is going to be italic, code inline. I think we have done this before. That is why our AI already mastered some of these things, right? Margin vertical 4.
border radius, and all of this. We did it earlier. So moving on, let me see if this is the typo. Yes, that's the typo. So I'm going to say heading 1. This is going to be the styling for heading 1. Font family is going to be Rubik bold. Then let's just use this other formats, right? So Rubik bold, font size is going to be 18. Margin bottom is going to be of 4, right? Color is going to be, if user is true, put white, else put this color. Then margin top is going to be of 8. So that is for heading 1. Save that. For heading 2, we definitely do not need to heading 4. So heading 2 is going to be Rubik bold. Font size is going to be of 16. Margin bottom is going to be of 4. Color, if it is user, use white, else use the same property. Margin top is going to be of 6. Then we are going to have a bullet list, right? So margin vertical is going to be of 4. Then ordered lists, right, is going to have margin vertical of 4. Do we have that already? No, we do not. But I think we missed a comma here. That was why it's throwing the error. So a comma as well. List underscore item. Margin vertical is going to be of 4. Or rather, let's just have 2 here. Then the link. What's the link going to be? Let me remove the image. Don't need the image. So I only want this in the link. So color, if it is user, then use white, else use this color. Or I can even just change the color of the link and say this is going to be 93C5FD. Then I'm going to say this is going to be 2563 EB. All right, and our marking or type in our typing markdown is complete, so that if we prompt the AI and we are getting all of these responses back, this will be formatted properly. I think we should focus on creating these bottom parts of things so that we can pass in the prompt, send it to the AI, then see what we've done right here. All right, so typing markdown is complete. Let's close this, and this should complete our typing markdown. Let's go to the top of our code and bring in typing markdown from typing markdown, and this should complete this guy right here. Save that. Then back in our AI chart, we still have to bring in a typing section right here to type in the prompt. So let's focus on that right away. So just underneath of this, let's minimize this. Let's have a chart input right here. All right, and let's just say chart input, which is going to be a self-closing tag like that. Let's pass in some prop. On send message is going to be under send message. Is loading is going to be is loading. Then current stock is going to be current context dot symbol. All right, so if we head back to our component right here, components, and we create a new file, and we call this chart input.tsx, right? React Native functional export. If we create that, or we can definitely just bring all of this guy, cut this guy, remove this, put this right here, change this to function, right? Remove this guy and remove this guy. This is what I want this to look like. So we save this, head back to our AI charts. Right here, I'm going to say import chart input from component chart input. So at least this error can disappear a bit. Oh, we still have to set in all of these props, right? So inside of here, I want to pass in some props here. I want to say on send message, which is the first value, and I'm going to have a comma right here. It's loading. I'm going to have that right there. Current stock as well, right? Then I'm going to pass the type here. Where do I have the type? The type is going to go here. I'll say chart input props. All right, so something is missing here. Okay, so above this, I'm going to say interface, chat input, props. The unsend message is going to be, taking the message as the parameter. Then function is going to be boolean. The current stock is not required, it's optional. It's going to be of a string. All right, save that, and this first error should disappear. We are still going to have to sort this out. So for this, I'm going to say const. Let's create a message state and set message like this. Is going to be an empty string. Let's go to top of our code and bring in use states. All right, then const show suggestions and set it to set show suggestions is going to be true by default. All right, save that. Then let's create our first function, undo send. Is going to look like this, an arrow function. So I'm going to say if if message dot stream right is true, and if it's loading is not true, it is not true, then I'm going to say on send message is going to be message dot string, right? And set message is going to be an empty string. Then set show suggestions is going to be a pause. Save that. Then const undo suggestion press is going to look like this. So let's undo this one after the other. This is going to be a suggestion and a string, right? So right here, I'm going to say const formatted suggestion is going to be, not all of this guy right here. Which says current stock, right, is true. Then have this right here, suggestion dot replace. Then instead of this, I'm going to have this stock. So I have a replace method. Then inside of it, I have a string called this stock, comma current stock, right? And also, I'm also going to have another one of this. I'm going to replace. Then also this stock, right? And it's going to the current stock. So save that and set message to be a formatted suggestion and set show suggestion to be of false. So that's the function to undo suggestion press. That is all of these guys right here. You see some suggestion at the top that will say, okay, do you want to let me analyze this stock for you? Those function, when you click on any of those guys there, it is going to show or take it to the prompt. So get contextual suggestions is going to be an arrow function like this. So I'm going to say if the current stock is true, all right, then return, all right. And what are you returning basically? We're returning an array. Make sure to have an array here, and I'm going to say analyze current stock for me, right? Then you can pass in all of these suggestions from here as well. It doesn't really matter, but I can say what is the market sentiment for this stock? Should I hold or sell? Compare this stock to this stock, compare the recent kilo, and all of this, right? Then I can finally now say AI suggestions dot slice. Then I'm going to slash between 3 to 6. All right. Then after this, I'm going to return AI suggestions without a slice. So where is this AI suggestions coming from? If you check inside of our types and we see chart.csx, we have these AI suggestions, right? So I'm just going to close this and I'm going to go to the top of my code and import AI suggestions from type of chart. So that should fix this big guy right here. We are close, guys, to show these inputs that we have right here. We are close to showing it here. So first things first, let's remove everything. Let's have a keyboard avoiding view from React Native, just like this. This helps with when we are typing out. So we are going to have the behavior is that correct? And the behavior is going to say platform.os. If it is iOS, then add a padding. Else, if it's Android, just use height or other properties. Then class name is going to be pg of white. Border is going to be of top. Then border gray of 200. Then we do not need to have our O right here. We can definitely comment this out first. Save this so that at least we can see something showing right here immediately. Let me check if our app is still connected. So it seems we lost connection with our app. Let me reload this. Okay, seems even stopped. So clear this, start the app all over again. So let's remove this guy, save this back, and let's head back to our chat input. So inside of this, I'm going to say show suggestions, and if that is true, then I want it to show something important, right? I want to bring this up, show a scroll view coming from React Native. There's going to be a soft closing tag, right? So inside of the scroll view, I want this to be horizontal. I want to be show horizontal scroll indicator to be false. Then my class name, I want my class name to be padding x of 4, padding y of 3, border of bottom, then border gray 100. Then I have to remove this guy right here. Cool stuffs. So inside of this, I'm not going to say get contextual suggestions, right? I'm just going to first pass in the function like this so that we can take it one step after the other. So it seems we have a typo here. So let's just contextual. Let's just copy all of this guy. Let's just put this guy right here so that error disappears. Do this. I think we made a mistake of putting our undo send inside of the function right here. So that was my bad. That was a mistake. The function should be out of each other so that it can be reachable right here. So that fixed that. So right here, I'm going to say dot slice. I'm going to slice between the first and the 5th character. Then also dot map, right? And what am I mapping basically? Let me just have my function like this. So inside of this, I'm going to have suggestion and also index. All right, so right here I'm just going to have a touchable opacity, import from React Native. All right, so this looking like this. Then let me just pass a text real quick. Right, so inside of this text I want to just pass it suggestion.
So click this to bring in the text. All I click is tab if you're using cursor to import things automatically. So touchable opacity, key is going to be of index. On press is going to be under suggestion press. They were passing the specific suggestion that we clicked. Class name is going to be different than this. Let me remove all of these guys. So BG blue of 50. Border is going to be here. Border blue 200 rounded full. Padding X of 4, padding Y of 2, margin right of 2 right here. So after this is loading, is going to be of is loading, right? So since we missed out something, not is loading, is going to be disabled. All right, so save that. I should see all of our suggestions right here. Shaping up gradually. Let's pass a class name right here. We're going to say text blue of 700, text of small. Then the style is going to be font family of Rubik medium. Save that. I should see our stock shaping up gradually, or rather our text input shaping up gradually. All right, so moving on, we still have to create the input area. So let me click this. So this is going to be the input. The input area, and this is going to just be a comment, right? So let me just show this. Then this is going to be a view. Then this is going to be a class name or flex of row, items of end, padding X of 4, padding Y of 3. And why is this throwing an error? Can't find the name view. So right here, let's bring in view. That error should disappear. So inside of this, we're going to have a view, right? And also have a touchable opacity. Why are we having that? Because this is a view and this is a button, a touchable opacity. So right here, I'm going to say class name is going to be flex of 1, EG gray of 100, rounded of 2XL. Minimum height is going to be of 40 pixels. Maximum height is going to be of 100 pixels. Padding X of 4, padding Y of 2, margin right of 3. So inside of this, I'm going to have a text input, right? Soft closing tag like that. So value is going to be of message. On change text is going to be of not just set message. Let's open this up for now and let's pass an arrow function inside of this. So this is going to be text right here. This is going to be set message. Set message, let's into the text, and I'm going to say if the text dot length is strictly equal to 0, right, then set suggestions to be true. Let's go to the top of our code and import text input, and that should fix this error. Save that. You see a text input there, but we still have to properly style it, right? So placeholder is going to be, this is going to be dynamic, by the way, and I'm going to say if current stock is true, right, I'm just going to say ask about the current stock. Else I'm just going to say ask me anything about stock, market, or your portfolio. So save that. You should be, if you don't see anything here, let's just style it properly, right?
So place order text color. Let's just have this color. So save this. You see something right here. Comma. I'm going to say this is going to be multi-line. We don't need to pass through this, through by default. So text align vertical is going to be of center, multi-line. And we don't need to have this right here. We're going to have all of this comma right here. Text align is going to be center. The class name is going to be text upgrade 800 text base. Style, rubric regular. Is it editable? Only editable if it's loading is not true. Then on focus is going to be an arrow function of set selection. Then this is going to be false. So save that. You should see what this look like. And let me just reduce this a little bit because it looks a little too long. Ask me about stock or your portfolio. That works. As you can see, things are shaping up gradually. And if you click this, it shows somewhere to type, right? So let's just remove this. Let's go back, click on get started, head back to our AI chat, and we are back here. So let's implement the button and let's minimize this. So to this, so right here, we are just going to bring in something interesting and say if it's loading is true, then let's show the activity indicator, right? Or basically just show, yeah, we can show the activity indicator or just show an hourglass. I like to do things in a nice way. So I'm going to have the name of the icon to be hourglass. The size is going to be of 20. This is going to be of white. Alright, ion icons. Let me go to the top of my code and import it. Pressing tab automatically imports that from me. So for this is going to be sent. Size is going to be 18. So color, this is my color. I want to use this color definitely. So let me just wrap everything inside of a bracket like this. That's the first thing first. Then I'm going to say message dot stream like this. Alright, then I'm going to say if that is true, then just use the white, else use this color. I think we have a typo somewhere, so we still have to pass a colon right here. Alright, then passing the curly braces right here. Save this. I should have our button right there. So this should complete our chat input. And ladies and gentlemen, we are close to finalizing this app and making sure that it is production ready. Whenever we click on this, we still have to implement. Let me minimize all of these guys. We still have to implement what it does after you click on sending that particular, prompt and setting this value to the opposite or the value of its loaded. So this is what we're going to focus on next before we now implement the final thing, which is chat bubble that shows immediately you prompt the AI, it shows you that something is happening. So that is what we want to focus on next. So let's just uncomment this and uncomment this as well and go to the top of our code just after this, and let's just say const undo send message, right? It's going to be async, then this is going to be content, and this is going to be string type. Then let's create this and say await. We're going to await it and send the message. Let's remove all of this. Or where is the send message coming from? This is going to be send message. And also we are going to have a clear chat, right? And also mark typing completed. Okay, we already have that, so let's remove this. So we have that fixed already. And the send message, save that. And its loading is still missing. And let's just come right here and say it's loading as well. Save that. So no error for now. And we are almost there, ladies and gentlemen. So as you can guess, we are close to wrapping up. Let's just quickly, create, the loading indicator or chart bubble before we now implement the most important thing, which is setting. So just after this, we are going to say is loading is true, right? If is loading is true, then we are going to have a view here. All right, a view here. Then here we're going to say type in bubble, right? We don't have that created yet. Class name is going to just be padding X or 4, right? So let's close this for now, and let's head back to our components. Let's minimize all of this. Inside of our components, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call this typing bubble .tsx. All right, so this is going to be export default typing bubble. All right, so this is going to be returning something. So let's return something like this, and definitely going to be a view that we're going to return. So let's just, at the top of our pool, let's say import view from React Native. Save this. All right, so let's create some variables real quick, right? So we're going to say const.1 is going to be what? Assigned to use ref, imported from React. All right, then we are going to say new animated dot value, right? And this value is going to be 0, and we are going to say dot current. All right, so we are going to duplicate this for dot 2 and dot 3. This should not come now, right? And where is our animated coming from? Definitely coming from React Native. All right, and instead of this being a lowercase, this should be an upper case like this. So new animated dot value, 3 things, and we are going to create a use effect right here. Our use effect, and let's pass in the empty dependency array for now. So as you can guess, this is going to be dot 1, dot 2, dot 3, right? So inside of this, or rather inside of this big guy right here, we say const create animation, right? Create animation, yes, it's going to look like this, an arrow function. So inside of this big guy, we'll say animated value, and this is going to be animated dot value. Delay is going to be of number. All right, so after this, I'm not going to return something here and say animated dot sequence. All right, and this is going to be animated dot delay, and I'm going to pass in delay right there with a comma. Then animated dot timing is going to be animated value. Then I'm going to open this right here. So inside of this, I'm going to say to value is going to be 1, duration is going to be not 1000 but 600. You're going to see what I'm talking about in a bit. So use native driver to be true, then easing is going to be easing dot in out, then easing dot ease. All right, and where is easing going to come from? That's going to come from React Native as well. So we still have a typo right here. I'm just going to say return animated.loop. That is what I want to return. Then just after this, I'm going to have animated, not animated.delay again, but it does timing. All right, so animated value, comma, to value is going to be of 0, duration is going to be 600, easing is going to be easing.in out, right? Then easing.is, comma, use native driver to be true. And why does it seem this is having an error? What are we doing wrong here? We have to pass a comma here, I believe. Good one. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to now say animation. Animation dot start. Then we are now going to say const animation 1 is going to be create animation dot 1 then 0. The next guy is going to be animation 2 dot 2 then 200. And the next guy is going to be const animation 3 create animation dot 3 dot 400. I'm going to say animation 1 dot start, animation 2 dot start, animation 3 dot start. Right there. Save that. We're really close, guys. So return is going to look like this. Animation 1 dot stop, animation 2 dot stop, animation 3 dot stop. Full stop. So while this is done, let's now create another variable called get dot style. Let's just have this like this. The value here is going to be animated value, animated dot value, and I'm going to pass inside of this, I'm going to pass opacity, then animated value dot interpolate, right? So input range is going to be 0 to 1, output range is going to be 0.5 or 0.3, comma 1. Then let's have this value as well. Transform is going to look like this. Scale is going to be animated value dot interpolate, input range 0 to 1. Then it's going to be 1, then 1.2. Then when we have this, we can definitely remove this guy here. Then we can remove this guy right here as well. So we're having a lot of typo right here. So this, we should have wrapped this inside of a bracket like that. So save this, that should disappear. Once again, these are just two separate entities. You're creating a variable and you're passing another function inside of this. Then these are the properties right here. So for the view here, class name, let me just have this dummy class name for now. And let me change the value here. Margin bottom of 4 items of stats. The view here, right? The view here, we have class name. Class name is going to be flex of row, items of stats, max width of 85%. Then after this, I'm going to have an avatar. Then after this guy right here, I'm going to have a view. Right, this view is going to have an image, which I'm going to bring in any moment from now. Then the class name is going to be width of 8, height of 8, rounded full, PG plus 600, item center, just 5 center, margin right of 2, margin top of 1. So I hope AI would be able to prefill all of this for us as well. Let's just import the image first. So import image from Expo image. We still have blur hash. Import blur hash from not this, but index, I believe. Right, so let's bring in what else. And I do believe we already have this created. So let's just not waste any time right here. Floor hash. Copy all of these guys. Then close this typing bubble. Replace this with this guy. We can definitely turn that into a reusable component, but hey, for now let's focus on making the app work first. We are going to clean things up gradually. So for this part needs to change. By the way, this is the correct part because we are in another separate component, and yes, this is what that looks like. So if I minimize this, then I can definitely just say, okay, this is just the avatar, then this is the typing bubble right here. So I'm going to have a view here. I'm going to have a view like this, and this is going to be class name eg of white, border gray of 200, rounded of 2xl. Then this is going to be rounded, right, border left, then medium, then padding x of 4, padding y of 3. We already have that right there. So I'm going to have another view here. This view is going to say class name is going to be flex of row items of center, then space x of 1. All right, so I'm going to have animated coming from React Native, and it's going to look like this, the soft closing tag. So for the style, nope, it's going to look like this. Then also something like this. Width is going to be of 6. Height is going to be of 6, border radius of 3, border radius of 3, background color of this, margin horizontal of 2. Good stuff. Then get.style, we're going to pass in .1. Save this. So the same thing that we have right here, copy all of these guys, put this right here, save this, but this is going to be .2, right? And also duplicate this guy right here, put this right here. This will be .3. So we have 3 animated.view right here. So ladies and gentlemen, our typing bubble is complete. I'm definitely going to show you all of these implementations once we prompt this AI, right? So let's close this. Let's close this. Let's close this. And ladies and gentlemen, as you can guess, the next thing we have to do is just prompt this guy, right? Like, okay, type in some words, send it, let AI respond with something, but we still have to set up the business logic regarding that. We have to set that up first, right? So what that is going to look like. So if we head to our undo send message and we head into send message right here, right? If you click on use chat store, click on this, you can realize that we still haven't set up our send AI requests, right? This is where we have to do the major work, right? So ladies and gentlemen, and I think we're even missing something out, which is a delete chat button right here, and that is because this is highlighting something for us. So if we head back to our AI chart, undo clear charts, do we have that? We do not have charts. We do not have that. So really quick, let me just say undo clear charts, and we are not just going to clear the chart right away, right? We have to show something first. Alert, right, which is coming from React Native, and this is going to say first things first, clear charts. Then it's going to say you sure you want to clear all messages? That's a question, right? Then we are going to have this right here. It's going to say fixed. of council is going to be style of council. Then text of clear is going to be style of destructive. Then whenever you press this guy right here, you're going to say clear chart. All right, so let's go to the top of our code and bring in alerts. This alerts, bring it in from React Native. Save that. All we have to do is implement this and do clear chart. So right where we have above this, so this is our messages, right? So save that. Inside of this, let me minimize this. Inside of this, right? So after Sage AI, after items of center, right here or right above this, let me just remove this. So after this padding top of 16, padding bottom of 4, px of 4, I want to have if messages.length is greater than 0, just have these guys right here, touchable opacity basically, and a trash icon. So if I save that, you won't see it because there's no message yet. And I just want to copy these, right? Put these right here. Then just underneath of these, have these right there as well. And I'm going to say this is going to be justify of between. And I won't missing anything out. And the class name, let me just replace this class name width of 10, height of 10, rounded or full, dg white over 10, hyphens of center, justify of center. Then the trash is going to be trash of outline. All right, size is going to be 18, color is going to be white. Ladies and gentlemen, we've used all the function we have imported, right? So like I said, the final thing we have to set up is if you go into our store, if you go into our store right here, app, then store, inside of chat store, this is where we're sending things, but we still have to set up the AI to send the request and get a response back. That is the final thing we have to do before we now deploy our app to the iOS App Store and also the Android App Store. So this stays inside the utils, right? So if we just, bring this guy, utils, where we have utils, we have AI service, right? We already have this AI service created. All we have to do is just, continue this code base that we have right here. So first is first, let's initialize Google Gen AI clients, right? And get our API key. So const get API key, right? This is going to be an arrow function. This is quite important, ladies and gentlemen. So we are going to say for development, like we are currently, right? Use environment variable, right? Because this is quite important. Your API key from your AI from Google is quite important. You don't want to put it on, the client side so that anybody can have access to it. So I'm going to say if __dev is true, that is if you're in development, then process.f.expo.public. Not just Google API key. We are going to call this, let's call this Google API key, ladies and gentlemen. Google API key, or rather, let's call this Gemini API key is true. Then just return what? Oops, my bad. Return process.env.expo_public_Gemini API key. All right, so save this. Else, if it's for production use expo config, and this is what that will look like. Return constant.expo config.extra, then Gemini API key. Then if you go to the top of my code, I'm going to import constant from expo constant. Save this. All right, so I'm going to initialize. I'm going to say const AI is going to be new
Google Gen AI, right? So API key, API key is going to be get API key. Where are we getting this Google Gen AI from? We are going to go to the top of our code and say import Google Gen AI coming from at Google/Gen AI. This is how to initialize your Google API, right? And all of that. Save this. Almost there to setting things up here. And it says an API key must be set running now. Okay, no issues at all. And let's just save this. So after this, we are going to say export const, AI system prompt, right? And I'm going to say you are an AI stock assistant, right? That provides educational analysis and insights about stocks and financial markets. So right after this, just after this, I'm going to say your role is to do what? 1. Analyze stock data and provide educational insights. 2. Explain market trends and movements in simple terms. I can go on and on to set all of this, but I don't want to waste my time writing all this little prompt. I'm just going to copy and paste something similar to this and put it right here. So right here, I'm just going to paste this. So this is what that looks like. 1. Analyze store. 2. Explain market trend. 3. Help users understand financial concepts. 4. Provide balanced analysis. 5. These key guidelines. Always be educational and informative. Never give direct buy and sell advice. You can definitely remove this. I'm just putting this so I can be safe. My channel can be safe, right? But when you are doing all of this, you can definitely remove some of them. So I'm going to remove this, or I'm going to close that down. Then I'm going to say interface, right? Gemini requests options, right? I'm going to say user message string stock contexts is going to be stock contexts conversation history is going to be an array like this, right? And inside of this, I'm going to pass the role of user and assistant. Then the context is going to be of string, so that's the type, right? So just after this, I'm going to say export async function send AI requests. Then inside of this, I'm going to pass user message. Then after that, stock context, then conversation history. All right, that is going to be an empty array. Then after this, I'm going to say this is going to be Gemini request options, right? And after this, I'm going to say promise. We're going to pass a promise right here, right? The AI response, we are here to set it up.
and we already imported that earlier. So import AI response from type of chat. And just after this, I cannot see, okay, let's have a comment here that says build context string from the stock data, right? So let's context string be not AI system prompt, but an empty string right now. I'm going to say if the stock context is true, right? Then I'm going to say context, right? String, and this is going to be a backticks like this. I'm going to say current stock context, all right? And I'm going to say this is going to be symbol is going to be, this is building the real work, right? Stock context dot symbol. Then I'm going to say current price is going to be stock context dot current price. All right. So change is going to be stock context dot change, and if this is greater than 0, right, this is going to be plus, else it's going to be just an empty string, right? Then I'm going to say pass this stock context dot change dot to fixed, right, into 2 decimal places. All right, so just after this, I'm going to open a bracket like this. I'm going to pass in a $sign by saying stock context dot percent change. If it is greater than 0, if it is greater than 0, then this is going to be plus, else an empty string right there. So after this, I'm going to also pass this as well. So this is going to be stock context dot percent change dot to fixed. All right. So just after this, I'm going to say company is going to be stock context dot company name. Else this is going to be not available. So the sector is also going to be stock context of sector, else not available. Then industry is going to be stock context dot industry, else not available. Then market cap, let me put this right there. That is going to be stock context dot market cap, else not available. Then volume is going to be stock context dot volume, else not available. Then I'm going to have stock context dot summary, right? If that is true, then you are going to have summary like this, then stock context dot summary, else an empty string. Save that, and we're still having this error, no issues. We're going to fix that in a bit. So I'm going to say please analyze this top data and answer the user's question. All right, so this is very important. This right here is very, very important. So let's build the conversation prompt for Google, right? So we're going to say let's full prompts be AI, system prompts. Then add what else? add this, right? So let's remove all of this, just this is enough. Then we are going to say add conversation history. Add conversation history. I'm going to say conversation history dot for each, right? It's going to look like this. Then inside of here, MSG. All right, then the full prompt is going to be plus or equal. Then message.row else, or rather, let me write this one after the other. So msg.row is strictly equal to user. If the message.row is strictly equal to user, then this is user. Else, let me remove this, else assistant, and let me remove this guy right here. All right, so this is what that would look like, and this is going to be like this. All right, save that. Still having this error, no issues. We're going to save that, reload our app and all of that. Then after this guy right here, we want to add current user message with contexts, right? I'm going to say full prompt is going to be plus equal to, then we are going to have, right, this is going to be context string. All right, looking like that. Then have the user right here and say user message, then also pass this, then assistant. All right, so after this, then we are now going to make Gemini, or Google API for using new at Google/Gen AI, non-library but formats. So const response is going to be await AI.models.generate content, then close this off, right? Then model, we are going to use Gemini 2.0 /001. All right, then the content is going to be the full prompt, but not in an array, just like that. To save this, to get in the error, const AI message is now going to be response dot, not response dot response just text, right? Else say sorry, I couldn't process your, I couldn't or could not generate a response. All right, so after this, I'm going to say you extract suggestions from the response you get back, right? So I'm going to say const suggestion, it will now be extract suggestions, then passing the AI message and also stock contexts, right? So we still have to create this function, right? But before we do that, we have to return something. message is going to be AI message, right? But not all of these guys right here. This is going to look like this at first. Then we are going to pass financial disclaimer. All right. So after this, we have suggestions, then related stocks. And this is going to be stock contexts. If that is true, then we're going to pass stock context dot symbol else undefined. All right, so save that. We still have this missing. So while we have all of this, we have to wrap all of these guys actually inside of a try and catch. Let's wrap it inside of a try and catch. Release try. Then this is a catch, error, right? So let's cut everything that we've done so far. Cut all of these guys. Cut all of these guys. Put this inside of a try. Alright. Save that to format that. Then inside of our catch, we want to, catch any errors that we get and return it to the user. So right here, we are going to say console.error. And I'm going to say Google API error. Then I'm going to send the error as well. Right, just in my console.log for me, specify developer. Then undo, specific errors. Under specific errors, we're going to say let error message be equal to I'm having trouble connecting to the AI service right now. Let's try again along of that. So if error the status is strictly equal to 429, right? Let me just close this off first. Else, if error dot message, dot includes, right? If it includes quota, right? So what I want to pass, I want to say error message is going to be I've reached my daily limit today. Please try again tomorrow, right? So error the status does not exist. Then I'm going to say else if error the status is exactly 401 and error dot message dot includes API key, right? Let's see. Then we can now say, let me see if this is correct. And I'm going to say error message is going to be I'm sorry, I've breached my daily. Then I'm going to pass an error message right here, which is going to say not this. If the error is 401, if the status error is 401, the error message is going to be there is an authentication error. Please check your API key. Right, so after this, we're going to copy all of this, put this guy right here. If error status is 403 and error message, we do not need all of this, it's just 403. Error message, we're going to say access denied. Please contact support. And also copy this guy right here and say else if navigator dot online is not true, or we can definitely say this, right? We can say error message is going to be no internet connection. Please check your connection and try again. Save that. Then after this, return, what are you going to return? Message is going to be what? It's going to be formatted properly, and say error message, right? All right. In the meantime, you can, what are we going to say? You can browse stock details and charts. We are just going to leave that as it is. Charts. Save that. Then just underneath of this, we are going to have suggestions for the user in case they have any error. So we're going to say check stock prices manually. We are going to review your watch lists. We're going to say try again in a few minutes. Save that suggestion. And ladies and gentlemen, we are done with most of these error logs. And the next thing we have to implement is this extract suggestions. And we can definitely call it a day with setting up this particular one. So for that, I'm going to say function extract suggestions. I'm going to say message is going to be of string. Context is going to be of stock context. And this is going to be of string and an empty array string like this. So this is basically just telling us to return something, right? So what we are going to return at the end of the day is going to, let's just return an empty array for now. But what we're really going to first create suggestions to be string, right? Set it to an empty array. Then if context is true, then we're just going to suggest all of this, right? Suggestion just push. And what do we write here? Let's say tell me more about this particular stock. All right. And instead of having an assignment here, we just have to type it like this. So if context is true, suggest all of this, right? So let's add some general suggestions based on context. So if the message dot to lowercase dot include risk, right? Then suggestions dot push what are the risks for these stocks, right? And also if it includes technical analysis, just use what are the technical, show me the technical analysis for the stocks and all of that. So finally, let's return something, suggestions dot slice, right? 0 to 3 right there. So just limit this, limit to 3 suggestions. So just remove this and just add this, save this. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with our extra suggestions. And yes, that is all we need to set up for this section. We have to make sure that our environment does contain, the API key, right? I missed that. We are supposed to, set our API key for Gemini. So I'm just going to come here. I'm going to change this finance key. I'm going to change this to Gemini and put my own, API key right here. So I'm just going to blur this out. You can put your own as well. Our app opens. We click on get started. It loads our stock. Then we go to AI chat. Then we can now prompt our AI and just say hello first, right? Hello. And it seems our key right here, our button right here disappears, right? Let's head to our AI chat and head to our chat input right here, where we have the touchable opacity. This is why this is not showing. So we missed out something right in our touchable opacity. We are supposed to say on press is going to be undo send, then disabled right is going to be if message.stream is not true or is loading, right? So we're going to say message.stream is not true. All right, so our class name is going to be of, we are going to have width of 10, height of 10, rounded or full, items of center, justify or center, right? So we are going to say message dot stream if that is true, and also not only that, and if it's loading is not true, use BG blue 600, else BG grade 300. We save that, fingers crossed, we have our button right there. So ladies and gentlemen, let us try out our AI right now. So if I just click on send, I see we have a little bit of styling issue, and I can see hello, I'm ready to start assisting you with your educational insight and analysis and all of that. You can see how each of these components that we've built so far actually shaped into all of this, right? So we have a little bit of styling issue here because that doesn't look like what we have right here. Let's fix that and let's focus on that for now. So let's minimize this. So if we head into, let's just globally search for our chat message right here, and we minimize this, and we made a mistake of having this right here. So if we cut this and we minimize this, this should be outside of this. So save this. You can see that's fixed our bug right there. If we head into markets and click on SAP loading stock data, as you can see, this is this particular stock information. If we click on this guy, it will take us back to this AI chart and show a different information right here that says analyzing SAP. Let's go through that again. If I click on this delete, okay, clear the chart is empty now, there's no stock there. If I head to markets and I click on SAP, it shows me the full stock right here, right? The stock information and all of that. If I click on this guy right here to help me analyze this particular stock so I can make some decisions, right? Clicking it will take me to this section, right? As you can see, analyzing SAP. Then I can ask it any question that I want. Then I can say, okay, analyze SAP for me. Clicking analyze SAP for me, that disappears and that text comes right into this prompt. Then I can now click on enter it will now analyze the stock SAP for me. And I think our bubble is not showing because of some little bugs. And as you can see, okay, let's analyze SAP based on the information you provided. This is the current snapshot. The price is this particular price. We have to change that text to white, right? And all of these other information. So this shows that our AI is actually taking the data and analyzing it and giving us some information, educational insights, the good, established player, and all of these information. As you can see how it's rendering all of these one after the other. And ladies and gentlemen, look at what we have built. What to consider for more in-depth analysis: market capitalization, trading volume, trading indicators. In summary, SAP is a large established tech company in this, that. Disclaimer: this is what we added ourselves, right? You can definitely stop it. And this analysis is just for educational purposes alone, past performance and all of that, right? So it is done with the response. Normally it's supposed to format, all of this. Like I said, we implemented it, but there might be one or two bugs that we missed, right? I'm going to provide the source code in the description box below so that you can, move around, change all of these things, check my code base and check yours and see what you are doing wrong with information or with what we missed, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, we've been able to properly implement a full stack AI stock powered app whereby clicking on any of these particular stock, you can click on the Ask Sage AI about this stock, and as you can see, analyzing ASML, and as you can see, analyze ASML for me. Clicking this is going to clear the chart. You can start afresh, right? And you can click on any of these guys below to click to ask AI about the particular stock or not. And this you can extend it to whatever you want it to be. So clicking on any of these should also take it to this particular screen and analyze stock for you. Ladies and gentlemen, the finished app is going to be more comprehensive than this. It's going to have a login. It's going to have ability to see all your existing conversation. It is going to give you the ability to be able to pause a prompt or response when it is coming and all of those advanced features. If you want that, check the description box below. I'm going to provide in the source code for that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's check what we've built one last time to see how we've progressed so far. So if I just reload my app right here, reload this guy, it's going to show the welcome screen, Sage AI, you're intelligent, get started. Click this guy, it's going to show you the stock. And I think I missed something right here. Stocks. Okay, this is the total number of stocks available, right? So let me just scroll left and right. These are all the stocks, 25 in total. And if I click on this, it takes me to this particular screen. If I click on analyze watch list, it takes me right here. All right. If I click on this guy right here, it fetches stocks that are just EFT, right? And if I click on any of these, it loads the stock information, and you can see that right away. Clicking watch lists or a particular stock, if I click on SAP, you're going to see all the full information about this particular stock. I can click this to watch list it, and I can click this button below for me to start analyzing the stock and asking AI about this particular stock, right? So watch list, this is all your watch list. You can swipe right, to delete this particular stock, and then delete that particular stock. You click on AI charts, you see all of these nice prompts and AI right here. So that wraps up, our mobile development on this AI powered stock app. If you want the source code, check the description box below. I'm going to provide you the source code, and this also will and the source code, like I said, will also include the advanced features into a proper full stack app. If I'm to implement it into a proper full stack app, it's going to take 11 hours, 12 hours, 15 hours, 20 hours. I don't think most people want to watch that long. But hey, check the description box below. If you enjoyed this video, like it, thumbs up, share it with your friends, and subscribe to the channel. And finally, we are going to deploy this app into Google Play Store. So to deploy this app into Apple Store Connect, right, and have our app on our iPhone like this or Android, we are going to need to do some important things first, right? So let's first head to our browser. Right here, and log in or create an account on expo.dev. I'm just going to log in right here, and I'm going to pass in my information right here. I'm going to say I'm going to log in, and after successfully logging in, right, as you can see, this is the only project that I have. I'm going to create a new project and say this is Sage, right? Click on creating a new project, and it says successfully created project. For new project, this is what you have to do. For existing code base, which is that of our case, just going to copy all of this, right, and head back to my cursor, and let me first check who is logged in here right now. Even though, let me see, EAS, who am I? Because this is going to link our project with EAS, and it says, the term EAS is not recognized. That is because we have to install the CLI, right? So let me see, Sage AI, and it seems I lost that. I can just go to, my account, head back, and settings. Let me just delete it and start all over again. So start deletion, delete this, and let me enter my password to delete this, so I can create the project again and we can start from scratch. So new project, call this Sage, create it, and it's going to give me some instructions like it did before we clear that. So for existing code base, copy this guy first and go to your cursor, clear this. So install the CLI first, right? This is the first thing, and once you install it, you'll be able to now activate your project with the code you were given. So if I head back to my browser, let me copy this so as to link this project with my code base right here. So give this a moment to properly install and all of that. So as you can see, it's added 459 packages. That is a lot, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to say EAS-V to check the version. As you can see, 16.19. Cool stuff. Now let me check who am I, and not logged in. Fantastic. So the initialization that we copied earlier. Which is this. Head to your cursor, paste it, then click on enter. Once you click on enter, it is going to ask you to log in, right? So one more time, let me initialize this. My apologies, I seem to forget my password. So let me try this. Click on enter. This should go. All right, project successfully linked together, modified app.json, and if you check my app.json, and most importantly, click on this guy here to commit all your code right now. So I'm just going to head into my app.json, and you should see the owner here is TaxTech, and you can see this extra was added for me, and this is the project ID, which is similar to what we have here as well. So we link those projects together, right? So that's the first step. Inside of your support tablets, change this to false because you don't want to support tablets. And if you do not change this to false, Apple would ask you to submit a screenshot of your app in tablet mode, and we do not have that, right? We don't want to do that. So right inside of my iOS again, I'm going to say bundle identifier is going to be, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to put this right here. All right. So this is quite important in my Android as well. I want to copy all of this guy right here. Put this guy right here, then change this, to what's called package. Then I'm going to have this like this. So this is what that looks like. So your package or bundle identifier is a combination of this and this, right? So a combination of your owner, which is tax text, and the name of the app. Let me just have this as capital letter, and that should fix that. All right. So also inside of my iOS, let me have something else. I'm going to say info lists, right? Info placed. I'm going to have ITS, app use non-exempt encryption. I'm going to set it to false. And I think we're almost ready. Yes. So all of this, going to copy this. I'm going to paste it again, which basically means I'm duplicating it. Going to rename this to app dot config config.js. all right. So you can see some squiggly errors here, no issues at all. And I'm going to say export default, right? And I'm going to break this down and remove the double quote behind Expo. Save this. It should now reformat your app.config.js. So it should look just like what you have right here. Those steps are quite important. Your project ID, you want it linked. The owner, you want it to be there. And you also need your, Apple account, right? That is quite important as well, which is the Apple Store Connect, right? So next thing, as you can guess, is, let me clear this. So after doing all of that, I'm going to make sure I commit my code, because the way it works is it is the committed code that you've already committed that Expo used to build your app. So I'm going to add to this guy right here. Then I'm going to initialize repository, and I'm going to say complete app build. Commits is they are not staged, yes. Commit these guys, then I can publish the branch. But I might not want to publish the branch right now, right? Because I still want to change some things. So just leave that as it is right now. So after doing that, all you have to do next to say EAS, build configure. So we want to configure our app for both iOS and Android. And this is the command to do that. It's going to generate an additional file for you right here. So it says, which platform would you like to configure for EAS build? As you can see right here, it generated an EAS.json for me. Successfully, your project is ready to be built and all of that. So this is what this looks like. Yes. And we're going to change some values here and switch things up. So everything here, I want you to remove everything and replace it with what I have right here. You're going to be able to change it later, don't worry. And what I basically added is, first things first, build. We have development, preview, production, simulator, and Android inside of it. Inside of the development, I added channel of development. Inside of the preview, I added channel of preview. Inside of production, I added Android build type to be app undo, iOS to be resource class of M medium, channel to be production, simulator as well. I added these guys, channel of simulator, and the entire code right here. Android A as well. I added this information. Then this submit, I added this as well. You don't have this yet, so I'm just going to remove all of these guys right here and save it. This is what this should look like. So let's just commit this as well. Add EAS. So we want right now. All right. So we want to compile it. Let me just clear all of this. Then the command to build is EAS build, dash dash platform. Which platform do you want to build to? iOS. Then dash dash profile. Profile is all of these guys right here. As you can see, production, preview, development. These, and because we want to push to production, is this production that we're going to add right here. So it can give us, a file format that we can upload on, the Apple Store Connect. So if I click on enter, it's going to try to build my app. So as you can see, it is asking you to build profile production services channel production, but the Expo update is missing. Do you want to install this now? I'm going to say no, I don't want to install this right now. You want to log into your Apple account? Yes. Then I'm going to log in into my Apple account. This is quite important. Oops. So click on this, then the password. This is my password, quite long. So fingers crossed, it logs in. If it doesn't log in, then we'll have to now turn on a VPN, right? As you can see, that is a VPN issue. I'm just going to clear that, turn on the VPN, and try again. So let's try that again. I'm just going to click on ES build platform iOS and profile to be production. And basically what you're going to download is going to be this guy right here. Let me bring this up a little bit. WinScribe, right? Sometimes if your Apple login doesn't log in through your cursor, just turn this on, right? And just give it a moment to run through. So would you like to install ES updates? No. So it's not going to ask me to log in again. Log in into this. Let me enter my password. So fingers crossed, it logs in. Logging in, attempting to log in, attempting to log in, attempting to log in. Then it has logged in and it will ask me to, enter a code that I received from my device. So I'm just going to click device. So click on enter. It's going to validate the code. If it is correct, it's going to allow me to enter into my account. Then I can now send this app to EAS Cloud, and EAS Cloud can link this to my Apple Store Connect, so that whenever I now submit later, they are going to recognize the bundle identifier that we set up initially, and we can just submit our app to the Apple Play Connect. Or Apple Store Connect rather. So it's trying to log into my company's details. The team is Expected Detail Limited. That's my company. And if you have a project you want to build, just reach out to me. We're going to build a dream project together. And if you're looking for a technical co-founder as well, I'm up to, build the dream app. And, yes, so it's fetching Apple distribution certificate. These are the processes it goes through. Right, so fetched Apple distribution certificate. Do I want to use this? It said reuse this certificate in distribution. Just going to click on yes. I'm reusing this specific number that I generated earlier. If you don't have an existing one, just create a new one right there. EAS Expo is going to ask all of these questions, right? So creating Apple provision profile. Just give this a second or two. So as you can see, we created the provisioning profile. These are the project configurations. All creations are ready to build. And this is my bundle identifier. It's going to try to send the upload to the EAS store now, so that they can compile everything into a format that we can also submit later. So just give this a moment or two. So as you can see, it is trying to compress the project files, and trying to upload it to EAS server. Just give this a moment and it's going to successfully upload this, and you'll be able to see that in your project right here. So under your project, if you go to builds, you're going to see all your builds right here. So just give this a moment to fully send or upload your build to EAS. So as you can see, it has successfully completed project fingerprint. See the logs, waiting for build to complete, and it's starting real soon. And they're saying we should sign up for a paid plan, which is quite, needed if you're running a production app. But this is just for a tutorial. We've no need to get that. But we're waiting for the free tier. And if you check your Expo project right here, you can see the iOS app build right here. If you click on it, guys, you are going to see you've elapsed 1 minute, and I think the average should be 5 minutes depending on how frequent you send builds, right? So let's just wait for it, and we're going to come back to this. So while this is starting, head to your browser and log in into your App Store Connect, which is appstoreconnect.apple.com. And I'm going to just pass in my value right here. Just send this. Then I'm going to continue with password. Fingers crossed that logs in and save that authentication. I believe that will be shared on my device. So that's my authentication. Trust this, and it's going to direct me to my App Store Connect. I'm going to click on apps, and let's check this. This is still waiting, and these are all my apps, by the way, both production and just tutorials. So all of these are production apps. This is for productivity. This is also a good app. So guys, go on the Apple store and just give these apps a thumbs up. And for us, we're going to just click on these apps here. Click on apps, new app, and I'm going to just call this Sage Tech, right? Because we already have Sage AI Tech. I can name this Sage alone, but Apple would flag it that okay, an app exists with that. So as you can see right here, just Sage right here, SKU, I'm just going to call this Sage 2025 full access. Select iOS right here. If I click on create, they will say this name already exists, as you can see. So I'm just going to put Sage Tech rated. So I'm just going to click on create, and let's check this. This is still loading. Let me check my cursor as well. It is still starting soon. This is taking quite some time. All right, so let's head back here. So it has already created Sage Decorated, right? So if we head to app information, right, would get this Apple ID. If I copy this, right, and head back to my cursor, and let me just bring this down. So right inside of my EAS.json, I can then add the value of production to this production. Then I can say I want to submit to iOS. Then I'm going to have ASC app ID. I'm going to remove all of this, paste this, and save this. So in case I want to submit that particular app into the project right here, so that I can then install it on my iPhone. So just give this a second or two, refresh this, and let's just wait for this build to start. It's quite taking some time, but if you're creating a new account, this shouldn't take more. This should be immediately. It should start immediately. But because it's taking longer than usual, I'm just going to pause the video and come back to it. So after a while, you're going to see your iOS app store build like this, and this took quite some time, right? 2 hours 15 minutes, which is kind of weird. right? So I mean, the queue time was definitely 2 hours. I think that was the reason why it took 2 hours. So we had to queue for like 2 hours. And the build time was just 4 minutes to run all of these build that you can see. This is the highest time here. So the next thing we have to do is basically, submit this app to the, App Store Connect so that we can get things started. So we're just going to head to our cursor right here, and we are going to bring up our terminal. And this is still showing this because we definitely how to go and relax while our app is building, but no issues with this at all. And I'm just going to press const. You can see build finished while I was almost pressing Ctrl C. So let me clear this. All right, so the next thing we want to do, let me minimize this. The next thing we want to do is make sure that, like I said, copy the AS app ID right from our App Store Connect right here in information after creating a new app, right? So right here, I'm just going to say EAS submits platform iOS. So this is what you do to submit your app to the iOS store. So this command is going to run, and I think I need to switch on my so select the build from EAS, and which build am I going to use? I'm going to use this one that was 52 minutes ago. So I'm just going to click it. If it asks me to select the App Store Connect API you want to use for a project, select an existing one. So this one I created it 12 days ago, right? But you can definitely create another one while you are your account. And this is trying to submit the iOS build to Apple Store. And if you head back to your account from Expo, click on submission, you're going to see that process right here. As you can see, if you see the log in a second, free tier queue, good. And let me just check back. It's submitting actually. Waiting for an available submitter. Let's just refresh this. Still loading. So just give this some time as well. I believe today was just different because on normal day, as you can see, it is in progress. So let me go back to build. Go back to my submission. As you can see, iOS App Store submission, and it is spinning up the submission worker right now. That is what it is doing now. So after at least I think 2 minutes, you should be able to submit and see your app right here on this app. That is how smooth the process is. So just give it some time. Submission in progress. Give this some time. Spin up submission worker 57 seconds. Then it's going to show something else submitting to the App Store. Right. So starting the submit process, download the archive, frame artifact, verifying archive, and all other things. And it's ready to upload new build to test flight. So what this is going to do is going to help us submit this build under the test flight right here. So if you click on this, right, so test flight is that tool provided by Apple for you to test your app on your iPhone before you push it to the world, so that users, your friends, your colleagues can actually test the app. So if I just click on test flight right here, you're going to see all the apps that I myself have installed and used using test flights. That could be a network issue, but let's see this. Let's check this. This is taking too long, by the way. That's taking too long. Shouldn't take 1 minute. So these are all my apps, right, that I've tested on test flights. If you have test flights, cool. If you don't have, make sure it's to download the test flights. With test flights, we're going to be able to install our app just like this on our iPhone. So submitted to App Store. As you can see, your binary has been successfully uploaded to App Store Connect. It is now being processed by Apple. You will receive an email when the process finish. It takes about 5 to 10 minutes. But if you go back to your App Store Connect and under test flights, you click on internal testing. I'm just going to call this Sage Testers. And I'm going to click on create. And because this is my account and this is my phone, I can just basically say invite testers and select my email right here, right? And click on add, right? So no builds available yet. If I go under builds, that's because Apple is here to finish processing this submission. If there's a build, you're going to see it here automatically. And as you can see, it takes up to 5 to 10 minutes for them to actually do that. So if you go under distribution as well, you should see that there is no build yet. So just give it a moment. You should see there's no build here. You come under build, under prepare for submission. There's no build here. If there is a build at all so far, it's not going to be showing upload your build, right? If you just go under test flights, as you can see, our build is processing right here, right? So it is no more showing no more build. It is showing that build is processing, right? So this is for internal testers, for those you have their emails, right? But if you want the world to actually test your app, like everybody, anybody, like I did at the beginning of the video, whereby I provided a link for you to install this app on your phone, you can just click on this external testing and just say Sage Testers External. Click on create. And once you click on create, it's kind of different with, internal, right? If you add build, you select this build, right? And just say, please test description, or you can definitely provide full description. And my email, I can just say tech-dev@gmail.com. First name, I'm going to say tech. Last name rated. I'm just going to pass in the value here. And email, I'm just going to say tech-dev@gmail.com. So this phone number, I believe it has to be +234. And sign in are required. And yes, I'm just going to say next and automatically notify these tests, everything. Right? So submit for review. What's the tests? So it's submitting, and this is for external. They need to approve the build before you can actually share the public link to the public, right? So waiting for review right here, as you can see. So under the testers, this is where you click a public link, open it to everyone, or you filter by category, right? But you want anyone to test it, click on open to anyone, confirm. As you can see, public testers cannot test yet until this build is approved. But for some of us that are internet testers, that their email, you can see, you can just click on this, I guess, I've been invited already. A mail should have been sent on my mail right here, and I'm going to show you right now. So as you can see, just right now, you can see this has invited to test Sage Tech rated. As you can see, Sage Tech rated. And if I just click on this, it's going to take me to the app directly, and I can just click on this install. As you can see, these are the information that we passed, pasted everything. You click on app details, the size, the build, the time, 1958, works on this iPhone, Apple Watch, no, iMessage, no, extra talented, and email. If I just click on install, download, yes. So voila, you can just click on open. Because we didn't replace the splash screen, that is why. Okay, start testing. So you can see the app right here. Get started. It's going to show all the stocks that we have, right? But it might not show because we initially forgot to add some environment in our app. So if I check environment variables right here, and I can see that actually I have all of these environments here, but in my code base right here under config, under app.config.js right here, I'm supposed to add something like this: Gemini API key, process.m.gemini API key. I'm supposed to add this so that in the cloud, when we are running the app in production, the API key will be gotten here. The reason why this is not showing is because we forgot to add this 2 or 3 guys, right? So instead of setting this in production, we have to just put this like this. So that's the main reason it's not working. And for the other app, which is here, as you can see, this works fine because I was able to add this. So that's the only difference. Once you just add this, there's also one more, I believe. Finance API hosts. It must match what is here, right? That is, and also making it secret, right? So that nobody can have access to it. The value of a secret visible can be accessible outside of the EAS server, right? So this is what that looks like. Once you add this, go here and say add configs, commit this. You can bring up the terminal again, clear this. You can run your build again, and once that build is successful, you're going to submit it as well using this command right here. Upon submitting it, download it using test flight, or just upload or update rather. It's going to show an update, right, so that you can update the app, and that is the process for iOS and getting it on your phone. And if I just click on, I want to build for Android, right? Android, this is the command for that. And if I just for Android users, most of you guys can definitely install an APK on your phone, right? So instead of Android, you type bin app bundle, you can just change this to APK, right? Make sure to save this, add APK config, commit it, because it is this that EAS track, so you're able to build your app so that they send the proper build to the iOS or Apple store, or give you the package format, either APK or for IPK. So if you bring this up and you submit to Android, you don't need to, okay, let me cancel this. If you clear this, we have to first build before we can submit, right? So it's going to be similar. Let me close this, Command B, and this is going to production as well, but the platform is going to be Android. Android. So it's going to be ESB dash platform Android. Then the profile is going to be production. If I click it, this is going to give me an APK that I can generally just install on any Android. If you want to be able to, install your app on a lot of Android, you need the Google console, developer console, I believe. I have mine as well, so let me just click on this. So let me ignore these notifications for now. So this is what it looks like on your Google Play console for you to submit the app. And the process to submit that app, right, is basically, let's check our cursor first. Say, do you want to install the package? No, I don't want to install any package. So we are assuming this build is for APK, right? I'll make sure to change this to APK as well. Change this to APK, but since I'm already I'm running the app bundle. App bundle is the one you submit to the Google Play console right here. They prefer app bundle to APK. Alright, so make sure that it is app bundle that is here and app bundle that is here if you want to submit to the Play Store. Bundle, right? So, or if you just want the APK to install on your phone directly without having to go cloud, change this to APK and change this to APK as well. So the Android build is computing. If we head to our App Store Connect, the Expo, if you check our builds, you see the Android running as well. As you can see, build artifact, notify me. You can click this to get an alert once it's done building. If it is AAB that you want to get, after this is done, just like the iOS, and you go to your Google Play console, you are going to click on create app, just like this, and call this Sage. It's an app, English, select your country, and it is free. Yes, I confirm. Create app. Once you click on create app, you can be able to now upload your AAB that you get from here, and make sure that the format of the file is .aab. Alright, so let's head back to Google Play console. Why is this going back? Okay, it's taking me to the dashboard of the new app. Get ready to publish your app. As you can see right here, Sage. The process is quite straightforward. All you have to do is go to test and release, testing, open testing, or rather go to internal testing. For open and close testing, they need to approve your app before you can share the link to your friend to install it. But with internal testing, you don't need to get approval. All you have to do is just fill in some information about the app and you're good to go. So to upload that AAB, once you download it here, all you have to do is go to create new release, right? Then you upload the binary. So just click on upload, you select the AAB that you download, right? And you click on release name, first build, change this information, change it as well, click on next, and you're good to go with that. Then before you are now able to share the link with your friends, you have to go back to the dashboard, go back to your dashboard, and you preview and confirm, and also you they'll ask you some other informations, right? Like, okay, view your tags, exactly. So this is what you have to fill. Finish setting up your app.
Like this government apps, it's a question. Is it a government app? No. Save. That's all for that. You're done with that step. Right. So content rating, health, click on health. You just basically click. My app doesn't have any health benefit or features. Click on that, go back, and you're good to go. That is how straightforward it is. So after the end of this, you will be able to go back to your internal testing. Right, you're going to click on testers. Right, you select, you create an email list, call it a name, put your email, then put a comma. Right, then save changes. Then if you select the testers, all you have to do is just save that email list. Once you save it, the person email, you'll be able to copy the link for the app and send it to them, and they'll be able to just install it directly on their phone. That is quite straightforward. They'll be able to see it on the Google Play Store, but it is only them that will be able to see. Anybody you put their name, anybody you put their email here, it is who will get to see the app. That is quite straightforward. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be able to publish to the Apple Store Connect. And let me just go to the Sage Tester now. Sage Testers external. And let me just remove that build from Apple. So like I said, for external, under Apple, they need to approve it, right? But because I don't want this to be approved, because I already have, you check under my apps, I have something similar to this. As you can see, Sage AI Tech, they are both the same thing. This is what you guys will be testing on your iPhone right now, which I've already deployed, right? So we'll be able to deploy to the Apple Store Connect and also Google Play Console if this is ready. Cool stuff. So ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the end of deploying our app to the Apple Store Connect and Google Play Console. If you have any project, send it to my mail and let's build your dream app together. And without further delay, go click on that subscribe button, like the video and share with your friends. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, see you on the next video. Cheers. Bye for now.